Okay, guys, we're just gonna jump in here because I'm hearing some noises. Yeah, it's 5:40 p.m. We're jumping back in with Barry. I want to get Barry home with a cow and get him out of here. I kind of hate leaving. I'm only running two different characters right now, but I fix this up. Uh, I don't like running too many different characters at the same time and then leaving them in different places. So here's what we're gonna do. It should still be light outside. Let me double check my weapons. I have a nightstick. I gotta put some stuff down. All right. I have some water on me. It does get a little tough when you switch back and forth between different characters just to remember, like, where the hell was I? What was I doing? What do I have? It's a whole different world to jump into. So for now, we're pretty much just running with Barry on this run, more of a farming run, and then we have Jill, our new character, who are running a firefighter. What were we doing again? Firefighter extinction run. So, goal here, let's grab a rope while I'm thinking of it. Gotta have a rope when you're dealing with animals. So, we're pretty much to the point where I can hear the bull. Where is he? But that bull's going to be pretty pissed, and he's right there. So, we got to stay away from him. He's most likely agitated, and it's going to take him a few days to calm down. I think what we're trying to do is clean up here, finish up the zombies, get them away from the cattle because they seem to be very attracted to the sounds the cattle make. There's another livestock trailer key. I thought, hadn't I? Oh, I remember what I did with those. Let's keep looking for keys. There's a key for this black one. This is actually a really nice vehicle right here. We'll just go ahead and leave these keys in them for now. Often, if I don't plan on taking it immediately, ooh, that's a good one. Oh, I can make a walkie-talkie. And what's in here? Just not a. Oh, it's right there. Eh, nothing real great. I do. Oh, did I already have? I think I might already have those. Either way, not too big a deal. We're mostly trying to get up here. I should just leave this open now, so I don't break the whole thing. I want to look for the. There's a cow here still. I'm gonna check here first. The cow could still be in here, and there could also be a bunch of zombies. Let's see what we got here. I'm pretty sure the cow and the bull both ran out. Kind of looking for a better weapon while I'm at it here. I think most of the animals got out of here already. Usually, once you open these exterior doors and then open all the gates, the animals will just run out, and a lot of them will just go into the back if they have access and the zombies aren't pushing them away, yada yada. It's a whole thing, but should we do one shout in here? Probably not. I hear more zombies, but let's just peek back here. I hear one beating on a door around here. Well, I'm pretty sure the cow. I know the bull ran out. I've seen him running around out there. The cow. I want. It must have run out around the same time the bull did. Ooh, that's. It's not a riding helmet, is it? No. The riding helmets are really nice. I like to grab those when I can. I just heard one jump a fence. Trying to get all the zombies out of here and all the animals. Because what was happening was, it was crazy. You can see in the last video, they were all chasing the cattle. They pretty much left the pigs and the sheep alone. All the pigs and the sheep ran back here. In fact, I might even want to close this now. Let's clean up zombies back here because I want them to be chill back here. I want them to be able to come back here and chill out and be happy. We might even expand. Is there more water for them back here anywhere? That guy's got a backpack. Ooh, he might have some good shit on him. Let's go kill him. I'm pretty heavy right now. I don't know what I'm carrying. Ooh, yes, he did. Magazine body armor. Or wait. Oh, this is just. Am I wearing this yet? These are actually kind of nice. Magazine limb armor. This one has a hole in it. I'm going to take this and wear it on my left forearm. I want to peek at what's in his backpack. Oh, it's a chick, I guess. Ooh. Brandy? You know what? I don't see Brandy. I know he's already overweight, but I can go drop. Oh, wow. FBI incident report. Oh, whoa. We're taking that. That's bulletproof armor. Chips I could probably use. I don't know. Do I really need? Let's take the bandana. How's his weight? I mean, he is dropping weight. I don't know. I don't really need all this food, but hmm. Let's take let's just take a couple of these. I think he's running out of food. Let's take these. All right. Fair enough. Well, I could expand their zone. Oh, this is collecting water now. Good, good, good. So it's working now. I think sometimes they don't really start collecting water until you maybe enter the zone or something. I don't know. I could expand it. There's a lot of animals back there, but for now they're fine. And I want to get them, first of all, away from these bodies. Should we close the gate? I don't think we need to close the gate. I'm still trying to get them to come in. Are these guys calm? They're stressed. So let's just kind of leave them alone. I don't want to stress out the animals any more than they are. What I really want is the cow that I think probably ran down this way. Oh, I hear. I heard cattle right here. Is that the bull or the cow? I know the bull was up this way. Let's go drop some stuff in the vehicle. So I was also gonna switch. Trying to remember all the little things I was gonna do here. I believe I was switching to this, and I also need to pick out an animal trailer. So got a few things left to do here. Let's first drop anything out of my inventory that I don't need. The bandana, this. All right. Also, probably just some of this food. Let's put the canned goods in here. Yeah, and we're pretty good on food, actually, and the brandy. Okay, and his carry weight's at 1463. What am I missing here? Normally I have this quite a bit more full. I'm not sure what I'm really missing there, though. So that's fine. This too. What am I? Oh, maybe another bandage. Well, it's fine. Okay. So tell you what, let's do this. Let's pick out an animal trailer. Let's find the one in best condition. I'm not going to look through every single one, but I want one that's 90% plus because look at all these. Normally I would say 80%. So this one's 94. Damn. I guess that's really the only, it's got performance. I guess you can look at so it's got performance tires and regular suspension and brakes, but it's 94%. So that's a really good one. Let's just look at these close ones. Performance tires. I have a feeling a lot of them are going to be like that. 83%. Let's just move on. Well, let's double check. Performance, regular, regular. Yeah. So really, it's probably more about the percentage than anything here. Let's check. 94 is pretty good, but let's check a couple more here. I already checked them for animals. That's only 82. You got old tires, regular. Okay. So we definitely want performance tires and 94% condition or better. The performance tires are just going to last longer. They're going to perform better. Those are old tires, 86%. So far, this is the best one, the very first one I checked. There's the key ring. And kind of looking around for keys as we go here, too. I found a few of them, but all right. So if we can, basically, we're looking for a 95% with performance tires. Oh shit! No, 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 no! I think this guy's pissed at me. Was that guy might have been trying to attack me? I already got. Actually, I got to check. Didn't I have a wound? Yeah, I got a neck wound, dude. I still got a neck wound from you fuckers. So chill out. Speaking of which, I got to go disinfect that soon. 96% old tires. So this is in better condition, but it's got old tires on it. Let's check a few more. Let's check these ones. Maybe let's check this one because that'd be really easy to pull out. This is 97% with performance tires. Ooh. Oh, and performance suspension. This is now the best one I've found right here. Let's check four more because that's really good. That's really good. You're not going to find much better condition than that unless it's just straight up 100. So let's just check four more. That one's no good. It does have the performance brakes, but I'm not too worried about brakes on a trailer, to be honest with you, if that's all it is. If everything else is like 97%, then. So this is 95, regular, regular performance. Two more. Let's check two more. And then it's going to be about dark, but so far this is the one I want to take right here. 83. Yeah, it does have the performance brakes, but of anything, I would think the suspension and the tires themselves would be more important than the brakes on a trailer. Not that brakes aren't important. So those are old tires. So yeah, we're just gonna go with this one. There's the key to the farming store here. Oh, is that? Well, you know what? Whatever. I know what it is, and it's in the neighborhood, so I'm gonna grab it. I kind of like, and I'll probably set some of those keys down at home later. Oh, here's the key for the livestock trailer. Sometimes they'll be like in between here where you can't even see them. Sometimes I'll even do this. You know what? Oh, he's got a band. I like the bandanas. Always looking for things like sledgehammers too. Twine is also very useful. Okay, let's keep the inventory open. Look for some more keys. All right, so let's go before it gets dark. let's grab this trailer. Put our stuff in the back first. Trying to give these cattle some time to calm down. They were literally just basically locked in a cage, surrounded by zombies chasing them, and a bunch of other animals were just running around. The sheep and pigs seemed okay. The zombies were just centered on the cattle, and I think it's because that was the loudest or the most frequent noise they were hearing. So they were just in a huge group. You can probably see it on the last video a little bit. I didn't get a good look at it real close because you'd get close to the cattle and it was just a horde, like 20 zombies right around the cattle. So anyway, oh wait, no, it was this one. Wasn't it this one I wanted? So I didn't get real close. Didn't really get like I was kind of wanted to get in there and whatever, mess them up or and grab a screenshot of what's and see what was going on. Really, not even so much about the screenshot, but I was like, what? Are they just all? Oh shit! Is this not gonna move? I bet you it's the tires. Hold on. Here, let's shut it off. I bet you the tires don't have enough air. So this is one thing. What? Oh god! All right, we crashed there. Not sure why we're getting a crash right there, but this is just build 42 sometimes. Ay, ay, ay. Come on. It'll let me back in a second. You know, I had started it up and had it running for a little bit there to try to prevent. Yeah, it was a whole, looks like basically the whole server in the game crashed. But you can see it always kicks me back to Steam there like that. So it's, I don't know. You know, I wasn't running this server on the last update, so I don't know if it performed better on 42.18, but I feel like that's a little bit of an update Steam issue. I don't know. I don't know. It has been a couple weeks since the update too, though, so it usually does that to me like once or twice, maybe at the beginning. It's like I think it struggles with like deleting because there's so many corpses and then live zombies and animals and vehicles and I think it's having a little bit of trouble keeping up with what I'm telling it to do right now. We should be able to get right back in though. I do hate these crashes, and I don't know. It kind of comes along with Zomboid, but if they get too frequent, I'll just end stream and delete the video. So sorry if you're watching live and we don't get anywhere, but we'll get there. This usually doesn't take too long. It takes a little long when I'm hosting the server, but still shouldn't be too bad here. Sometimes it just actually needs to like clear some zombies, clear some corpses, something like that. Maybe delete some things from the world. Can't remember if the Jill one was running better. I feel like the Jill one will, in just by nature, have to run better because it's not. I'm using less memory when I'm not on this server. That's one reason I kind of wanted to try it because that's another little experiment over on the Jill McGee side, who I might go back to a little bit later today. Actually, I don't want to just limit her to a Saturday thing, so we'll see. If I can get Barry back home with a cow, I would feel more comfortable going back to the Jill run, the extinction run, because Oh, come on. All right, all right. Are we doing the things here? Are we able to function right now? Is that a thing we're doing? All right, I think we're functioning. Let's get this back where I like it. This is what I hate about shit crashes and you got to reset all your stuff. Oh, come on. All right. Damn it, would you stop? I swear that thing is trying to get me. That might have been the one that got me before. I don't know. I don't even know if that's a male or a female sheep there, but I don't even care. These animals need to stop running at me. Is there by chance something good in here? There's a beer. I probably should have them drink a beer. All right, God damn it. See, I was really hitting the flow there, and then I get disconnected, and I totally lose my flow. The shit was I doing, guys? I think I had everything. Sometimes that happens when you're transferring inventory into a vehicle, I've noticed. That's the recent issue I've been having. And that seems to have only cropped up in this last update. Oh, tires. God damn it. That's what I was trying to do. Tire pump. So I think it's probably that the tires may not have air. Let's just check before I declare. 31, 30, 38. Well, I don't know. They have air. That truck should have 400 horsepower, so I always hate the tires in particular are a giant pain in the ass to do unless you're at home in like a safer environment. I get super nervous doing tires out in public because it takes so damn long just to put air in them. And I don't even know if this is the problem, but I have noticed before that sometimes you'll try to take a trailer and it won't move. And it's because the tires don't have air or they don't have enough air. So let's just try it. I have seen this happen before where I'll just jump in the truck and now it goes. So let's just do all the tires. This shouldn't. They had some air in them, but there was one that was pretty low. All right, inflating the front left. I hate it because you can't really see around you, and you know, all it takes is, I mean, really, a pure death sentence right here would be 2 sprinters. That's literally all it would take, and there's no way you're getting out of that. If a sprinter came up on either side of me and I'm holding a tire pump in the rain, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I don't typically play with sprinters, because it's like, dude, if you just want to kill characters, yeah, turn everything to maximum hardcore death sentence settings. Like, okay, we can do that, but characters are just going to die repeatedly. So, I'll try. I'm going to do it with Jill, and we're going to do some different things. And I think I can get I think I can get her to live a week to a month. That shouldn't be a problem. If I can get a character to live 30 days on extinction settings, I will be impressed with myself. But beyond that, I feel like it's like, well, I mean, in theory, you could set something up where she's highly protected, but inevitably at some point you're gonna die, which is the game. I'm glad they put that in there. And I do want to try. I think that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Is I want to try really hard to get a character to 30 days on extinction settings. I think that character. I think it's Jill. I think Jill can do it, guys. I think Jill can do this. She actually did. So I watched another. Well, someone with as much Zomboid experience as me, if not more, probably way more streaming experience. But in terms of straight Zomboid experience, I think we were probably about even. And he was playing. He had done Extinction before, did a run, died like 2 or 3 times right away, and was like, "Well, this is how it goes." And he had done Extinction before, so I'm kind of impressed that on my very first attempt at Extinction, I made it. I think it was like a day and a half or 2 days. Yeah, see, look at that. Now it moves. So we're gonna do a little sweep. The last place I saw the bull was down to the left, to my left here. So let's turn the headlights on. Let's park in a place. So, little tip there. You saw it live, guys. That's proof right there. If your trailer is not moving well, is that keys? There's the bull. If your trailer is not moving well, check the tires, put air in the tires. It's possible that even if they had some air in them, that might be all you need to do to get it moving. Because this was in almost perfect condition. So it's more of a tire bug than it is. Tell you what we're going to do. I see a bunch of animals right here. If I want to do anything, I want those animals to move back towards the farm. The other thing is there should still be a cow. It's possible it was just that bull, but I could have sworn I saw a cow also. I didn't get a good look at it to the point where I could let's park over here. I wasn't able to get cause I think I left. Yeah, I did leave some of them down there. Let's turn this around for the moment. And we're going to park it right here. See, it moves pretty well now that I have air in it. So I've seen even videos on YouTube saying this doesn't work, it's broken. It is, but there are ways. I don't want to kill them over here. So I'm going to try to pull these two away. I'd be surprised if that cow came. It's possible the cow, and I do hear animals right here. It is possible the cow ran clear down to here and around this corner, but I need a weapon. What's he got? Nightstick. I'm looking for a cow, a Holstein cow. I swear, I shouldn't swear, but I think I saw it. I'll say I think I saw a cow. I know I saw the bull. The bull was right back there. I think there was also a second head of cattle, which was a cow, a Holstein cow. I wasn't able to click on it, do animal info and all that, so I can't be 100% certain that's what I saw, but this is what we're doing, guys. I want to put those livestock trailers back here too. I hate carrying those around when I just know I'm never going to use those. I don't want to collect too many useless keys, but because they do have a weight now. If you're used to build 41, I don't believe keys had weight. They do now. It's pretty minimal. You can carry 2 full key rings on you, and it's really not that big a deal. So I think the cow might be out here somewhere. How? All right, he's barely over encumbered right now. Let's put the rope away, and he's good. That might be the cow because, well, the bull. I got to be quick on my feet here. I don't know, man. Is this a? I don't even know if it's possible for animals to get over here. What are we dealing with here? I'm not actually all that. We should probably wait till daylight. Yeah, they can't get in here, so if that cow is anywhere, that's the bull I'm hearing there. It could have run out this way. You know what? That's where I let a lot of zombies, though, too, so. Hell, guys, I don't know that we're going to find the cow, at least in the short term. The bull is pretty pissed off still, so let's just briefly look around for some keys and whatnot. If I can get into another vehicle here, I gotta be careful. I think there's an angry ram around here still. I kind of want to just sit in this vehicle until morning. Yeah, it's so hard. These places are so hard. I'm trying to listen. I'm like, was that a zombie? And then like 7 animals are like, ah, so I tell you what, let's just double check my dude. I should double check his bandage. Let's do this in here real quick where I have water, and we'll kind of check his bandage, fill up the water. We're gonna have to chill here for a little bit. This place is ridiculous. Oh shit, did I use all the water? Well, you know what? We're using toilet water to. It's out of the tank, guys. I'm taking the water out of. Well, there's. Okay. So there's no tank. I'm siphoning it directly from the piping, is what I'm doing. I'm not taking out of the toilet bowl. He's a good enough plumber. That's something they could add is plumbing. I guess plumbing is just considered like a base. That's kind of weird, actually. You don't want to go too deep with that though. And who wants to do plumbing in a video game? I mean, we already do it with the pipe wrench a little bit. So, tell you what, let's check his bandage, and I can. It's still clean. You know what? The bandage is still clean. So let's keep it on because it was a laceration on my neck, and guys, I would have bled out in like 10 to 12 seconds if. Why is this? If I hadn't bandaged it, he would have straight bled out. So let's actually. Well, we can sleep in here. This is probably a safe. Yeah, this would be a safer place to sleep. Well, I can't sleep in here though. You can't sleep on toilets anymore. They used to allow you to sleep on the toilet. I don't think there's going to be anything I can. I swear it's this one. Oh, that's a U. That shouldn't hurt me. I don't know. That one, I don't think that one would. I don't think the females can hurt you, right? Isn't it only the males because they have horns that can hurt you? I don't know. Either way, we're gonna try to sleep. All right. Well, he slept a little. Oh, zombies! Ooh, they came up on me while I was sleeping. Does they kind of wake you up like that if zombies are coming towards you? I haven't done a lot of sleep in my games, and I don't know how that actually works with zombies. Like, if you wake up and they're right at the window, because that would be frightening as fuck. That one was almost up to my vehicle. That's the first time I've had that happen. Anyway, let's it's only 3 a.m. Shit. I parked way down there, that's right. Well, I kind of wanted him to sleep until daylight, so let's try to get him. Let's chalk that up to, hey, zombie was almost on here. Let's get him to sleep again. Two things here. Maybe the rain will stop and it'll be lighter out. And it'll give the cattle a chance to calm down a little more. Once you get them out of the basically their cages, and they have food and water and they're away from zombies, they'll calm down. See, there's the bull. Let's see if we can at least get his animal info right now. You need to get within like 3 tiles just to see the animal info. And right around there is where he starts chasing. So I just want to see animal info. He's stressed, well-fed, not thirsty, healthy. All right. He's stressed, well-fed. So he's not agitated. That's a good sign. He's only stressed, but I still want to look around for this damn cow because I swear, guys, I swear there was a female out here. How's my M9 doing? I have 1 round left in my bandolier. I have rope. Oh, I need to be wearing this. Let's eat an egg. I'm trying to take my weight down a little bit here. Okay. Let's take a peek out here. The cow may have run out into one of these fields. Probably wouldn't. Oh, what's that? The animals out here. There's quite a few. That's a pig. That's a sheep. Okay, so a lot of the pigs and sheep ran out here. I would think they would probably, if anything, they'd just run out into one of these fields until they were away from the zombies. Problem is, I led a couple groups of zombies, or I led a group out that way and one group out this way. So let's just take a peek. It's possible that cow ran out this way somewhere. Wouldn't have been able to get through these fences, though. I would think. Hold on. So that zombie's following something. The guy does not have very good top speed right now. I just want to peek here. Oh, there's a pig right there. I know I had led a big group of zombies down this way too, so I wanted to kind of see. I feel like a lot of them came back because, yeah, they were slowly kind of trickling in. I don't. There is a pig clear down here, which is probably from the farm. So we did get animals that ran all the way down here. So there's the group. Yeah, here's kind of where I don't feel like a cow. I mean, I know the pig did run clear down to there, but maybe I'm wrong. Hell darn it. Well, I don't want to search forever for this cow, so let's do this. Let's clean up, let's go through here. We'll kind of clean up some of these zombies so that the animals wouldn't mind that pig being pushed back a little bit towards the farm. There we go. There we go. That's a little better. Yeah, at least a little bit there. I just heard one. Oh, there's one. There shouldn't be a cow inside here, though. Well, there could be, but let's just. We might just lose those guys. Dang it. So that's probably just the bull I'm hearing. Is he? Oh, he's a little tired. Yeah. You follow too much. Stop following me. All right. Well, so the idea here, the bull's right there, and he's only stressed. So if we clear this area of zombies, he should have. I mean, he can find food and water at this point, I believe, and he was well fed, not thirsty. So I think, unless that, usually I like to bring the cow back first and let the bull calm down. Oh, good lord! I'm sorry, guys. Crash number 2. Man, you're killing me here. I think I was walking back into the cell that the cattle farm is in, and it wanted to crash on me there. It's just, I mean, there was no CPU spike. My memory was fine. My Wi-Fi was fine. It was just the game. Just the game did not want to communicate with Steam, and all right. Sorry about that, guys. Sometimes this is part of the reason I kind of wanted to come to Brott Cattle Farm to see how it goes with all these animals and zombies and everything. I'm doing good, Jerome. I've had 2 crashes here, so we're working with it here. If I have a third crash, because this is like a Monday morning too. That was just like a game crash, though. That wasn't anything on my end. Yeah, my system is fine. You just witnessed a game crash besides mine, besides the 2 that I just had. Yeah, the new update is good. I like the things they're doing, but there's always crashing issues and new bugs. There's still bugs with this one. The towing is still messed up. There's a lot of bugs with this update, but we're working through it. Oh, one of yours. Yeah, you saw mine crash like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I didn't even know if anyone was on. Well, we're getting back in. It usually loads up pretty quick. It does give me a chance to take a rip of some alien cookies, so we'll do that. Yeah, often if I get crashes, it's in the first half hour or hour. Usually it starts to run smooth, but well, I don't know what's going on this morning. Well, we're at freaking Brott Cattle Farm. That's one thing. This damn. How are you still following me? And I don't want to turn down the rain settings. I could turn down rain a little bit, like the quality of the rain and the fog, but I don't really want to do that. Okay, I was gonna do something now. See, this is what I hate about crashes is I just totally lose my place and what the hell I was doing. And I gotta reset all this junk. Come on, dude. 2 is almost enough. If I get a third one in the next 15 minutes, I'll probably, typically what I do is if that happens 3 times in the first hour, but I just restarted my whole PC, so it's not an issue on my end, but, or, I mean, whatever. You could say it is, but what I'm trying to say is if it happens again in the next 15 minutes, I'll probably just try to reset this. I won't post the video, and then I'll try to run it back again and start a new stream, but we'll see. I'm also just doing kind of a shorter stream this morning. There's one more here. And then I don't have a lot of shit to do today, so I may do a little bit or a similar stream this evening, maybe a little longer. We'll see. World Cup mode. Haven't been up to PZ recently. Oh, World Cup, like in real life. I was like, World Cup? What game are you talking about? He's talking about the real life World Cup. Come on. Yeah, I don't follow soccer much actually, or football. Football! Goal! Kill the fucking guy. Push him down. Kill him, whatever. Kill this fucker somehow. Alright. Trying to just get on with our shit with the animals here. I'd really love to get this guy home with an animal. Jerome Ladd says, surprised to see you on this early. It's midday for me. Well, I'm in mountain time in the U.S., so yeah, it is really early for me. But to be honest, I'm always up at this time. So, to be honest, here's pretty much what happened here. I got into playing Zomboid. I took some vacation. I took a bunch of vacation back in like late December and early January. Took a bunch of vacation. Got into Zomboid pretty hard. Played a ton of multiplayer for I guess 4 or 5 months, and just played a ton of multiplayer. And eventually, I was like, you know what? There's certain things. I'm kind of a veteran player now. I would say I at least put in the time. Not that that's like some kind of goal or anything, but or anything to be proud of or whatever. But the point is that I have quite a bit of time in the game, and I kind of got to the point where I want to do my own thing. I know what I want to do. There's a way to do it. I know there's a good way to do it. It's just you have to. For some of this, you really have to be running it on your own server, or just running a single player campaign. There's a lot of things you can't do in multiplayer, or it's much more difficult to get it done because you're dealing with someone else's settings, someone else's server. They can wipe it anytime. It's all just a whole, and you're also dealing with other players that can just come in and mess up your stuff. It's really kind of two different, very, very impactful and also very distinct and kind of hard to deal with problems. It's both you have the server itself, which is run by admins who have their own computer running a server. You know what I mean? If it crashes, and you can't get on. There's nothing you can do about it until they fix their computer. See what I mean? Or whatever, or until they reset it or update. So you're totally at the whim of what update you're running. They might decide to stick with the old update and never up. But what I want to do, and anyway, to get to my point, eventually I decided just to stream. I figured I would stream since I'm playing anyway. But I thought if I was going to stream, I need to be able to design something a little more stream friendly, because now I'm not opposed to jumping into like a multiplayer server for a while and just letting chaos happen. But if I'm going to try to be doing actual structured streams and streams that make sense and streams that are actually watchable. like I and things where like because part of streaming is you kind of need to be able to know what you're going to do ahead of time a little bit. Otherwise, you can't really tell people, hey, this is what I'm doing in the stream or whatever. There's some element to that to it. I'm still looking around for this damn cow. I'm trying to let that bull calm down, clear the area. I'm looking for this cow. Also, at the same time, I still haven't looked up this way. And there were quite a few zombies up this direction before. There's a. Can they get. There's a pig and a sheep clear back here. I want to fully scope this out because I only found. Okay. So it looks like animals got over into here. And this is good because it's good for them to have some. Yeah, the world. Yeah, no, I know the World Cup. I just wasn't like. I'm in video game mode now. And like I said, I'm not a huge. I mean, I'll watch a soccer match, but I guess I was. Hey, listen here, I was born and raised a good red, white, and blue American, and I know three sports. Well, okay, if I'm, I should say I know only five sports in the whole world: NFL football, NBA basketball, Major League Baseball, and then you got hockey and NASCAR. That's it. There's five major sports, and that's it, son. When you say soccer, I say, did you say football? No, I'm just kidding. I do fully support soccer and soccer fans, and I think the World Cup is amazing. It's one of the it's you have to call the World Cup the premier global sporting event. I think you have to beyond the Super Bowl, beyond the world, way beyond the World Series. Even beyond the Olympics. Well, I don't know. That'd be your best contender. In terms of global sporting events, I'm going to say you've got the World Cup soccer, World Cup football, whatever you want to call it. And then and you've got the Olympics. Those are probably your top two global sporting events, right? You'd probably the next one up would probably have to be what is it? I don't have any good weapons on me. The next one up would probably have to be I think it's F1 racing, Formula One racing. Not NASCAR. NASCAR is real popular in the South in the U.S., but beyond that, I don't think anyone internationally really follows NASCAR beyond like extreme racing fans. I mean, I suppose there's tons of just international racing fans that follow NASCAR a little bit, but at that point, they're more into probably F1 and that kind of style. I don't know what I had for melee weapons here. But yeah, it's all good stuff. Let's grab this tire iron actually, oh shit, I don't have a tire iron in here. I have a ratchet wrench. Let's grab a ratchet wrench because oh shit! God damn it! That guy really snuck up on me. I don't have a weapon equipped, ma'am. Can you please fall down before your friends get here? Please fall down. Your friends are here, and I do not have a weapon, so I have a claw hammer. The claw hammer and wrench I pretty much always have on me, and they can be used as weapons. They're just not real great. But they're all right. They're all right. I'll do that. I think I want to grab that ratchet wrench though. Instead. And then we need to try to get out of here soon because I do not have I do not really have a backup weapon. Yeah, well, it's funny. It's funny that you say that because it was a little bit of an interesting sporting week in the United States, actually. Um, so the Knicks just won the NBA Finals. Go Knicks! And I'm not a Knicks fan, but go Knicks! I have two tire pumps. Uh, Ratchet wrench is what I wanted. And then you also had the World Cup beginning the same week, so it's been a little bit of a. And then you've got baseball that is in basically mid-season. So I think I'm just gonna say it, and I know a lot of World Cup soccer fans are gonna be like that's because you guys suck, and well, it is a little bit, but um, honestly, if you look at it, I bet you the NBA Finals was more popular in the last. Like, what was that? Just last or 2 nights ago? I bet you the NBA Finals had higher ratings and higher attention on it in the United States. Well, at least if you ask the average American, they'd be like, "Yeah, the I'm watching the NBA Finals." Now that the finals are over and the finals ended a little early, which is weird. It's weird how that timing lined up because the finals ended on Game 5, and then the World Cup was beginning. I don't even know what the first day of the World Cup was, to be honest, and that's partly why I'm saying this because I know it started or it's. Okay, maybe I should just shut up. Maybe I should just shut up before I expose my extreme ignorance here further. Anyway, oh my god, you guys just keep coming. Sometimes it's like you're trying to get shit done, and it's like, one more zombie. Fantastic. Let's go hit him over the head with some. Jesus, man. Can you guys just stop right now? Can you just stop, please, now? Pretty sure, even on these settings, without it being extremely insane, sometimes it's like, dude, I just want to stop clubbing fucking zombies over the head. Like, can we do something else in this game? All right. He needs to dry off a little bit. I do still need to get his weapon skills up. That stuff will come easier. He's still just level 3 short blunt, so I'm close to leveling up his long blunt to level 6. Anyway, I think we're doing pretty good. Really, just still trying to locate that cow, but we might end up just grabbing this bull. I think I'm running out of food. I can get more water here. I could forage. I saw the bull, so the bull ran straight down this direction, came down to about here, and got and ran into a bunch of zombies, and then ran back the other way. So if that cow is out here, it's gonna be either down here, and I need to. Often you'll hear him a long time before you see him. Let's keep going a little bit. It's possible the cow ran clear out here. I did kill a bunch of Zeds there. I do usually prefer to bring the cow first. It's definitely not a necessity, but For one thing, it gives the bull a little more time to calm down because typically they're going to be stressed or even agitated when you find them. So often you want to give them a little bit of time to just calm down. Once you've killed most of the zombies and they don't have zombies chasing them, they should calm down. Yeah, so I'm not seeing a cow. Well, I don't want to look forever. It's possible she's still out here. Possible she'll return to the farm. Shit, it's possible she even ran back into the back 40 of the farm somewhere. I don't know. I only saw the two there though, which is weird, man. I've showed up to that place and found, I swear, over a dozen cattle there before. Like literally, I would bring 12 Holstein cattle into the back, and then there was still like three or four left in the building. I had to run like that. Um, I swear it must have been like 15, 16 cattle total. And this time I only found two. There was a lot of pigs and sheep. So I don't know if that's kind of more how default settings go. Because I have not been finding cattle, guys. And that's. It's like, man, if I'd have known that, I would have bumped the cattle up and the sheep and pigs down a little bit. But I don't have much more for weapons here. So we need to make a choice. I'm not seeing the cow. This guy needs to die. You don't. Nobody has a weapon for me. I'm wet and tired. Let's search a little bit on this side because I already searched. It's possible she would have ran. Oh, I think I have background noise for you. Give me 1 second. Let me go sit in my truck. I'm not seeing her, man. I swear there was two of them. It's possible what I was seeing was a sheep, but I could have sworn I saw a bull and another cattle, which I guess I sort of assumed it was a cow, or I didn't immediately see horns. So anyway, let's we're gonna clear up the zombies. I'm gonna sit them down in here, let them dry off, let them rest. I'm gonna shut off that background noise for you. Keep listening and looking for. There's a sheep right there. We could kind of search that back section of that farm a little bit since I am seeing animals in there. Um, but again, they're pretty much all. Of course, the rain starts. Well, so this is the thing I love about the game and putting up rain barrels is that when it rains, sometimes you start to complain about it, or I do, and then you remember, oh, well, this is filling my rain barrels, so it's fine. Uh, Shit, do I really want to carry a bandolier with one bullet in it? No. That is silly. Let's put it in the back, though, so I don't forget it. All right, to get some weight off right now, because we're going to try to handle this bull, I think. It's pretty much what we're led to here. And one of the things I do enjoy about this game is it's difficult enough in different ways that often your plans don't go as planned. So what you end up having to do, typically, that's how I just always, even if you're not on hardcore extinction settings, always have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C, no matter what you're doing. Um, he didn't really dry off, but it feels like the rain is letting up. So plan A, I guess, to put it simply here, plan A was to grab the cow. Plan B is to try to go grab this bull instead. Let's do two things, because technically I think you can pretty much just always drive with the door open, and it's fine. I'm going to put this rope in my inventory. I'm going to just pull these up slightly now. I don't anticipate firing more firearms here. So what we're going to do now, if they're really, really pissed off and like agitated or something similar, the bulls will actually chase your vehicle when you drive by. I'm going to try to go by real slow so the engine's still quiet. Tell you what, let's do this. Let's flip it around right here. And I can try to lead that bull right into the trailer right there. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Because I don't have a real long time to stream this morning. Let's just take a couple more glances. See if that cow showed up. I would still prefer. Oh, let's do one other thing. I don't know. I don't know if I ever looked in this trailer. There might be a good weapon for me in here. Actually, the plank is not bad. Steel rod. Let's go with that. So I'm not. At least I'm not using the claw hammer. That actually needs some repairs again. I've used that a little bit on this run. Okay, he's pretty decent on his carry weight, so let's take one more little peek down here, and then, yeah, if I'm not seeing it, if I'm still not seeing that cow, we can come back and maybe look a little more for the cow later. Or, like, we can come through this way when we go to Irvington later, too, so. Not like I'll never be back around here. In fact, I may just give it a couple days and then come back to see, because I swear I saw a cow. And right now, the thing is, they're still all really kind of panicked and spread out. There's animals out in this field. Let me look at this field a little more. Oh, and we also have to. What are we gonna name? What are we gonna name our bull? I usually like to name. Oh shit! There's a big group. So she wouldn't have ran that way. That's the biggest group I led away. So there's most likely no cows out here. I don't hear them. It looks like it's possible some animals ended up this way. He's getting really wet. Let me go, let me just look up to here real quick. Yeah. Well, tell you what, I'm just gonna leave all of those open. That's one that's a, well, this is one that can't be broken. So should I close this one to at least keep, no, because the majority of the zombies are down here. I think these guys are fine. They're gonna be chill back there. They shouldn't really run out. They have a bunch of places to go besides that gate. I wouldn't mind. Oh, is that a? Is that like a? Is that a zombie? No, that's a sheep and a pig. Okay. I was like, that is that a zombie standing right next to a pig? There is a couple zombies there, but you know what? That's not. Let's leave that as it is. There's a few animals out here that I wouldn't mind it at all if they ran right back in. Let's kill this one. So they're not scared to run this way. Ooh. Well, there we go. Steel rod is decent. I don't often use steel rods as weapons. So let's. Should we make an attempt? Okay, I think that's a sign. The sky has opened. The bull is pretty much just standing right here, being pretty chill. So I think that was a sign from the heavens that what we're gonna do, we're gonna kind of walk. I'll tell you what. Is there any chance where I'm parked up there? Is there any chance he's only stressed? So let's try this. Here, I'm gonna take off the poncho. We're gonna. Ooh, he's still a little upset. You can hear it. He doesn't usually make that sound unless he's upset. I'm gonna put on my leather jacket. I still have a wound from a sheep earlier, but we're gonna approach from the front. We're gonna say hi. We're gonna first make sure. Well, he's just stressed, so we're gonna try it. He might knock me down here. Okay, I was able to pet him, and so I'm just gonna walk away. Let's see if that changed his status. He's still stressed. Sometimes just petting them once can literally change their status from like agitated to stressed or stressed to calm. Um, now I don't understand pigs as well. Can the black ones be? So this is a large black sow. It's stressed. I don't think the sows will attack you, right? Or am I wrong? Okay. Stressed still. Well fed, not thirsty, though. They should be fine. In theory, they can get food and water. I hear one. Is that back here? I think there was one on that door. No. It's one of these. Oh, here it is. Let's jump in here. Oh, I need to equip my weapon first. Equip primary. I've never actually opened this door, so I'm pretty sure all the Zeds were cleared out, though. I don't want the animals to get through here, though. Where is that guy? I don't think there were any in here. I just want to make sure there's no more in here. Yeah. Let's let's just bring him outside. I don't usually like killing him inside if I don't have to. A, just for cleanliness reasons. Hey, hey. I will kill you where you stand if you make me. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Come on. Yeah, I'm not super concerned about one body. Let's go kind of rest him and refill his water and shit. Mortar and pestle? Always looking for a mortar and pestle. Honey's kind of a good thing to have, right? Yeah. No mortar and pestle in there. Let's check all these. All right. Let's get out of here. I just wanted to. Some of these things. Where's my? I'm pretty sure I hit a level 3 electrical, right? So I'm done with that. Yeah, there's some pretty good electrical equipment in here. That camera can give you a lot of points. I think some of these radios, but we've already got our electrical. I don't, you know what? I kind of like it like this because like this, the animals can't get through this. But let's double check this front. But the zombies won't break the door like they did over here. So let's just keep it like that. Yeah, they broke that door. Oops. Oh, did I ever check my wound? Shit, I don't think I ever checked my wound, guys. We'll give that a. Or maybe I did, but let's do it now anyway. The bandage, I think I was going to check it, but the bandage was fine, right? Oh, he's fine. Guys, he's fine. He's totally good. It was an infected laceration on his neck. Okay. So we should be good here, guys. It's pretty cleared. I didn't see the cow. So, you know what? We're just going to try it with this guy. He's still stressed, so let's try to pet him one more time and see what happens. I can give him water too, and that will also help us kind of bond a little bit here. I'm going to pet him again, and I think we're good. So I'm going to attach. He didn't attack me. He didn't knock me down. He's well fed, not thirsty, and stressed, but not agitated, which should be fine. Now, he might run around a little bit back here, but he shouldn't attack you in this state, from my experience. If he were agitated or what's the other one? There is another one. It's calm, stressed, or agitated. I do believe there's another state they can be in. Hold on. Put animal in trailer. Okay, so he's in the trailer. I am now going to close it just for safety. Safety first. So we're going to close the door. And you know what? Let's just get home. This has been a long thing. And I think if I jump out of here and then come back to the cell later, it's going to do a few things, including possibly resetting where that cow is. If it clears a bunch of zombie activity out of here or whatever, or concentrates the zombies in one area or whatever, then in theory, that cow could just kind of pop back in here through a few different methods, really. Yeah, I mean, the animals kind of just ran all over. There's some forest here. I don't think the animals will usually run into like the deep forest. Usually they try to find stuff like this where they have water or food, like maybe hay on the ground, I think. I seriously doubt the cow would have ran this far, but I suppose it's possible she got clear out to here. So let's keep our eyes peeled. I certainly don't want to hit her if she's standing in the road. There's another farm here of some kind. All right, well, guys, we got our bowl. Let's get home so we can call this part of it a success. Oh, there's a cow right there. Now, there's no shot I could fit them both in here, is there? This was not the one I was looking for. This was actually another one that I forgot about. There's no shot I'd be able to fit two of them in here, is there? I don't believe two adult cattle will fit. I know I've gotten. Oh, wow. I know I've gotten. How big is this one? Is this a full-sized adult? Female adult healthy. Let's just see what happens here, guys. I don't think. Well, you know what? Maybe this is my cow. She's like, dude, because I saw this one before, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, shit. We'll let him come and fight him over here. Door's open. Let's attach rope and just see. I don't think I'm going to be able to get her in here with the bull. But let's try it. Yeah. So I'm going to detail. Tell you what. Let me move her down a little bit because there was zombies coming. Is there any place I could put her? I kind of, guys, I kind of want to come right back for this one because this is a cow that's just standing in the freaking road. I forgot this was here, but let me get her further away from the zombies. So let's kind of, if there was a gate I could put her inside of, I would. If it was like right on this corner, and then I could just come right back for her. They're not following me, are they? I don't see a gate, but this right here is a great place to leave her and try to come back, maybe? Is there maybe a gate like right here? I'm not seeing one, and I could like try to pull up the map and find one, but I'll tell you what. Oh shit, they are still following me, so we're gonna leave her right here, and I will come back for her. Shit. Detach animal. I don't want her to freak out, so I gotta pull these guys back the other way. Hey. Come on. My weapon is the steel rod. So I'm gonna try to pull, and I'll just remember she's at those crossroads where it's the road and then two dirt roads that make the crossroads. So, and honestly, guys, so that's actually kind of my plan right now. She's chill right there on the corner. So there's no I didn't see any zombies on that screen. So we're gonna book up here. We're gonna kill zombies. We're gonna mostly drive through the ones up here, not through them, but past them. There's one there. And there's another one over here, I think. Let's kill her out here. Okay. So let's get him home. I think I know what I'm going to do. Let's get him home. He's a good Holstein bull. It's a good start on a cattle breeding operation. Ideally, often I like to start with a Holstein bull and a Holstein cow if I have my choice, but in this case, we're going to start with this Holstein bull and an Angus cow. Unless we happen to... Ooh, is that a... No, that's a regular backpack, I think. I thought that might have looked like a hiking backpack for a second. But we're actually pretty close to home. So let's just go drop him off. I know right where I want to put him. It should be totally secure, not even on... It's not even technically on my main building area, which is one thing I like. Because if these animals are going to attract zombies like they do, I don't want to put the bulk of my animals. I'm not too concerned if all my chickens die. or if I have to kind of defend one little corner of my farm. But for the time being, I'm going to put all the cattle out in the main, well, what I would call my main field, my main, not a field. What do you call it when you're ranching? Uh, pen. Eventually, I'll literally have like bullpens. I'll have, different fields for them to graze in that are all separated. I'll have areas where I can put bulls that are separated from the other bulls. You'll see. I've done sort of different variations of this before. We're gonna do it a little bit different this time because of the server settings and all that, but we'll just see. At a minimum, I mean, I've already got 3 different cattle fields, cattle pens. Throw out some more synonyms for me for a cattle pen. I know there's another thing they call them, but I'm just not thinking of it right now. Either way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this guy into the south cattle pen that's already all set up. Should have food and water already. I guess I didn't triple check that, but I'm fairly certain all of those pens, because there's no animals out there, so. And typically there's like 3 troughs in each pen already set up. Now, do I want to go in? It's usually shorter to come in this way. Let's do this. So you can see this pulls really nice. Basically all you need to pull these trailers pretty well is I'd recommend minimum 300 horsepower to pull it. 400 if you want to pull it well. It seems like I'm getting pretty good speed right now, actually. I think they changed some of the physics on towing because the trailers now seem to work better. Like, I'm getting real good speed out of this, 60 miles an hour, and I could keep going, but because I also have damage from car accidents on, I would say any crash over 60 miles an hour could potentially kill me. Partly because I don't have a hospital to go to where they can just fix all my broken bones and whatnot. If I were to get like a leg fracture and a laceration at the same time on like a different limb, it would. Yeah, that's pretty much about all you would need to be like GG. Like, I don't want to really be dealing with. Let's give him a little honk. Healing from a leg fracture and a laceration at the same time, and all that would entail. Let's try to just squeeze by these guys slowly. A couple coppers in there, so it's just a little group. I like to try to keep those bridges clear, but right now you can see there's sheep there. Right now, I don't want to deal with even a little group while I'm trying to drop off this bull. Possible I might clean those guys up when I go back through. Guys, I think what I want to do here, I'm going to take a little 5-minute break in a second here. Dang it, I think Jerome left, but I was going to ask Jerome, because I would like an update on the World Cup. I need to check in. I do like to keep track of those things, especially when they're in my own country. I was going to ask you who's winning. I was going to ask you who's winning. I don't know if you're still here, but I need now that the NBA finals are done, I need to check up on my on the status of the World Cup. I don't even know. Is the U.S. even in it still? Oh, here, let me open door. So all I want to do, hold on here. Didn't I just open it? Closed it. Well, hold on. Sometimes these will glitch out on you. I know I put him in there. Open door. There he is. Oh, not every team. I thought it was very early. So yeah, didn't it just start like 2 days ago or yesterday? I'm not even sure. I wanted to check in on it, but I've been doing so many other things. So all right, and we need to name this guy too. What's this guy's name? Oh, it started last Thursday, but not every team has played yet. Okay. Well, there you go. That shows my ignorance. I really didn't. The thing is, it lined up. It lined up very strangely with the NBA Finals because that was just Game Five. Game Five just ended. What was it? Saturday night. So it's kind of weird that they. I mean, I know the World Cup just does its own thing, and so does the NBA. But so I want to put this guy down here. Well, yeah. I do try to keep up on the World Cup a little bit. I don't like to be a total because I know how popular it is. It is the most popular sport, and probably, like I said, it's got to be like the most popular sporting event in the world. The only thing that would really compare, even, I think, would be the Olympics in terms of international attention. And I'm sure there's numbers on that in terms of like international viewership, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it is interesting to me on a level, but if anyone happened to have those numbers or wanted to Google it, I'm curious. I would bet, I would bet if you were to look at it, if there was like a direct comparison, if you were to compare like just international sporting events or like, I guess, any sporting event and look at its international viewership, I bet it's World Cup soccer number one, Olympics number two. Probably is it Formula One racing? Is that what's most popular I don't even know. I forget where you're at, Jerome. But I believe if you were to talk to Europeans, I think it's Formula One. I might have it wrong, but there's one of those racing series anyway that. Oh shit! There's a zombie right there. So he's now going to attract. Dang it! Dang it! Dang it! Dang it! I almost jumped right into him. Let's pull this guy over. That bull could have very easily killed me right there. But what we got to do is kill this zombie. But tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. But I think you got to say those would be like, yeah, you were okay. Sometimes I forget where everyone's from. I do. You know what? I didn't have your name. You've been a frequent flyer here. So did I? No, you're in my. Here, let me write you down because I know I've seen you in here, and I know we've chatted about you being Irish before. So when you've only got 94 subscribers or whatever I've got, you gotta try to remember a few other people. You're the Irish lad. Were you? I know I asked you this before. Are you from Northern Ireland or what town? I guess let me just ask you from what town. It doesn't matter to me. I honestly don't know enough about Ireland to have any kind of judgment there. But what town do you live in Ireland, if you don't mind? You're in the south. Cork. Oh, Cork, Ireland. Interesting. Is there a reason they call it Cork? I'm curious because I work a little bit in the flooring industry, and we use a lot of cork in flooring. Okay, so that bull is pretty pissed off right now. Let's just let him chill. And I think Barry might need to chill and take a little break here for 5 minutes. So let's drive through the house. Let's actually maybe look at my vehicles because I left that white pickup down there. I really like this camo pickup as maybe. You know what? I like this camo pickup as a fishing truck eventually, right? Maybe a fishing and hunting truck? Is that? Because I wouldn't mind trying some hunting later too. Even though hunting has been pretty borky for me. Let me see if I can squeeze this through here. I think I can. Hunting has been. I haven't been able to actually hit a wild animal with a gun yet, but I want to try it. So I got the bull out of there. Oh, you know what? Here's what I wanted to do. Let's think about switching vehicles. I really like this pickup. I've got two pickups. I do like this blue pickup, but it's not my favorite color. Here's what we're going to do. And I've also got a little bit of loot in the back here. So and I want to switch this to being my fishing truck. Give me 1 second here. Let me make sure there's no zombies closing in here. This has been pretty cleared, and I don't have respawn on these settings, but there could still be a huge group that just migrates through. All right, I think we're good. Drum says, not sure, but we often talk about blowing ourselves off the island to float away by ourselves. Interesting. Cork is like Texas. It could be its own separate country. Interesting. I guess, no offense, but I've never heard of Cork Island, but there's a lot of places in Europe I've never heard of. That's not strange. Yeah, Texas is its own thing. I like Texas, actually. I lived in Texas for 7 months. There's certain aspects about Texas that I really didn't like living there, to be honest with you. There were certain aspects, like I love, it's hot as shit. And humid. It's hot, just hot and humid all the time, all year round, every day. The sun is out and you're sweating, and it's hot, and the sun is out, and that's Texas. And you just want to find air conditioning somewhere all the time, or just now in the evenings it's not that bad if you stay up late at night. But the thing is, you have to stay up past like midnight before it's nice out. And then it's like, oh, it's beautiful out. It's 1 a.m. It's 1 in the morning. It's beautiful outside. Well, fantastic. It's like, well, that's fantastic. I'm going to bed. Let me do a little swap in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to swap some of my main stuff that I do want to bring back to. Let's bring it. Well, there's a jack in there, I bet. Let's bring the pickaxe. Bring the rope. The rest of this stuff can sit in here a while. Honestly, I didn't actually have any ammo for this, so let's leave the M9. Let's grab one tire pump. Well, I think there might have been those things in the toolbox. Oh, I want to put them in here. This should be empty. Yeah, mostly empty. Well, I could leave that gas can, but let's put the rope and the toolbox in here. Jack, ratchet wrench, tire pump. No tire pump in there. So we'll put the gas can and yeah, we'll put the gas can back. Because I'm going to use this now as my fishing truck. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Oh shit, did I grab the I think I grabbed the shotgun, right? Yeah, let's grab this. All of this stuff needs to come with me because that's the only weapons I have. Good weapons. Otherwise, this is empty. Jerome says it could be its own separate country. Cork is the most patriotic part of Ireland. It's where the rebellion against the British started. I see what you're saying, yeah. That is very much true. Yeah, I would say that's probably true. A very true statement of Texas. You could make an argument there with 50 states, but I think if you were to pick the most patriotic, if you're just saying patriotic, I think you'd probably have to put Texas number one. You couldn't, I don't know. It's pretty hard. It's a little bit hard to suss out there, but I think you could probably just pretty much hands down call Texas the winner there. You might be able to throw in, like, I mean, there's Massachusetts that has Boston and a rich history, but at the same time, it's like, I guess it a little bit depends on how you compare it. Are you talking about just today, right now? Or are you talking about throughout the last 200 years of history? Or are you talking about, well, and here, let me throw a real curveball at you here, Jerome. Let me throw this curveball at you. If you're talking about true America, now I might, we'll see here. I know exactly what I'm trying to say here. If you're talking about true America, I'm just going to say it like this. We would have to talk about what America was before Texas existed. Do you see what I'm saying? Because look at Ireland's history, and how far back do you have to go in Ireland's history before, like, the state boundaries or whatever you call them? I don't know if you guys have provinces or counties or what, but I know you have regions like every county does or every country does. But look back. So what was Texas before it was called Texas? It was, well, honestly, it was probably called Mexico before it was called Texas. But before that, it was like it was Aztec country is what it was. Do you know what I mean? Or so you guys call them counties and provinces. Oh, so I actually hit it. Yeah, I never know. In Canada, they call them provinces. Here we call them counties. We don't really have provinces, but we do have counties and states. That's what we do. I think in Canada they would go by. Well, I know they use province. I don't know if they use the term county. But anyway, it's good that some of that crosses over so we don't stumble on words too much. But yeah, so for you, a county is a state, but then you also have provinces. Okay, okay. Yeah, see, it's a little bit different in every country too, in terms of some countries don't even have provinces or states. I don't know. Anyway, we're just trying to transfer. Did I get the guns over? Yes. I wanted to transfer anything I'll need to get another cow over there. Anything else can just stay here and I'll deal with it later off stream. Yeah, this is fine. So this will be my future fishing truck. I'm gonna leave it there because that's kind of where I transfer everything typically. This is empty. Door is closed. This is now going to be the vehicle I use to run around with. Or, right? I could also use this van, but it's not going to pull as well on the trailer. And it's also the only cargo van I have. So typically I could also use this one. What was the horsepower on this one? Jerome says south is Munster, east is Leinster, west is Connacht, fourth is Ulster, which is under British rule. Yeah, see, there you go. There's that insider information. Oh, dude, this is such a good vehicle. That's a really good vehicle. I think this was really good too. Yeah, see, it gets a little complex in the U.S. because we have 50 states. Man, if you look at the counties in Texas, have you ever seen a map of the counties in Texas? Because that's how we break it down. It goes state, and then the next breakdown is county, and then you have cities and towns. So if you look at there are literally like, I don't even know, man. I want to say there's over 100 counties just in Texas alone. So once you get to that level, it's like, dude, this is also a really good vehicle. It's got real good quality. So I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to just get, but there's also that red, but I didn't have the key for that red. Um, I don't think I had the key for the red step van, did I? I still gotta drop. I gotta leave those damn livestock trailer keys. I have the Plonky step van. I'm not super sold on this, even though it is a good van, but let's just say I'm not a giant fan of Plonkies. Well, that one's the most beat up, but also this was gonna be my fishing truck. So let's just do this. Whatever. You guys don't want to sit and watch me decide which truck to drive for 10 minutes. But we're gonna go with this for now. I do want to take a quick little 5 minute break. Uh, may stretch as many as 10 at the most, but 5 to 10 minute break. I think we're ready to go though when I come back. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna jump in that blue truck and head out. Grab that black Angus cow. It's a good cow to have. It's actually good to have a balance like that with a black cow and a white bull. But I do want a white cow. That would be the next one on my list. So since it's 7:50 p.m., I might want to just cook some eggs real quick before we go, but that is really quick. Okay, I'm going to take a 5 minute break, but before I go, uh, Jerome Ladd says, that's what I mean. Texas is so big it could be a country by itself. I'm going to look it up on my break, actually, on my phone and see. I think I want to say Texas has somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 to 200 counties or even more, but I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 to 200. And so to live in Texas, it's like Jesus, dude. Like the state is gigantic. It's bigger than a lot of countries, like geographically speaking. Purely as a tourist, I'd love to go to Texas with no further input on American life. It's where I'd like to visit from what American propaganda made it to me. That's interesting. That's interesting. Um, okay, I'm going to take a 5 minute break. I will be right back. And yeah, I actually lived in Texas. My sister lived down there for a long time uh, with her family, and I moved down there for about 7 months. And to be honest, it was the heat and the humidity that made me decide to leave because at the time I did some work outdoors quite a bit. I worked in the landscaping industry and as a whatever, and just even just stepping outside of the truck sometimes I was like, dude, I like I'm already sweating. I just stepped out of the truck and the sun hits you and I'm sweating and the sun and it's 100 degrees and you can't get away from the sun because there's not a lot of trees there either. So if you don't have good body and I'm actually from the northern part of the country in Minnesota, which is up right on the Canadian border. So I'm used to like cold weather. That's very cold weather for the United States. So for me, Texas was just like I was not built for this. I'm actually half Norwegian. So if you look at it, I was born in the northern part of Minnesota. My like biologically speaking, my DNA is half Norwegian as far as I know, the closest I can tell you right now. So if you look at my DNA, my body, and you can see it, I'm a white guy with blonde hair and blue eyes. So you can see I was built for a Norwegian climate, or probably similar to like Northern Ireland. I would say, like maybe Northern Ireland or Norway is what my body is built for, or Minnesota kind of weather. That's why my family moved to Minnesota because it was similar for them. Well, I decided to split the difference and I moved to a place, I moved to Colorado, which is right in between those two states. So I get a little bit of both now, and I like it like that, where I don't get as much of the extremes. But yeah, both geographically where I was born and my DNA does not want me to be in the heat. I'm just not. Just the fact that I have really light, I'm pale skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. Just that alone says you should not be in the sun a lot. I'm built for cold weather climates. I just am. So Colorado's a good mix for me, where we get pretty harsh winters, but but the summers are also fairly mild. So, okay. Tell you what, guys, I'm going to start break. I will be back in 5, 10 minutes maximum, but probably closer to 5 usually. I'm back. I don't see any zombies on my screen. I hear an angry bull. I didn't realize you could hear him clear over here, actually. He's got, I know I closed those gates, right? He didn't like run out and get closer to me, did he? I want to do more building here later, but gosh, now I'm kind of torn. I kind of, I kind of want to go back and play. I'm having fun on both of them. I kind of want to go back and play on the Joe one. So I'm hearing a cow there. Is that this bull? He's right there. So okay. So he's still a little pissy. We're gonna leave him there. Did I? My vehicle's out here. Oh, let me catch up on. Let me catch up on chat here. Jerome, we were talking about Texas. He says, "Oh yeah, you weren't built for heat. I feel like Colorado is Sweden. I lived there. Oh, you lived in Sweden. I'm assuming you're saying. And yeah, harsh winters, but lovely weather in the summer. Real hot. You'd be surprised. You could say that. I think doesn't Sweden have some pretty good mountains? No, I'm thinking of the Swiss Alps. So hold on now, Switzerland, but aren't Switzerland and Sweden? God dang it! Now I'm gonna sound stupid. I believe Sweden has some mountains, right? Am I wrong? That isn't Sweden also actually have like a border that has mountains on it or something? I don't know. I can't think of the map right now. You got the Alps, the Swiss Alps, which is Switzerland. You got the Norway, Finland. There's got to be some kind of mountains around there. But yeah, Colorado. We got the Rocky Mountains. Colorado is mostly known for the Rocky Mountains. Um, I guess probably our most famous peak would be Pikes Peak. I do believe. I may be wrong there, but a lot of people have heard of Pikes Peak or the Rocky Mountains. It's pretty like so. If you go to southeast Colorado, it's basically Texas. If you go to if you go to northern Colorado, it's basically Wyoming, and then if you go to like southwest Texas, it's basically Arizona. So you get, and then of course you've got the Rockies in the middle, which are it's just that's its own thing, but that's a very Colorado thing. But yeah, oh weird how his I just saw his cone of vision change. Was that because it got darker out? I think it was. Anyway, Jerome was in Gothenburg on the west of Sweden. Yeah, I have a very rough idea. I know where Sweden is, but I just can't remember like which exact country's border. I want to say Sweden and Switzerland either border each other or they're very close to each other, correct? And probably have some mountains through that whole region. I don't actually know what the mountains are like beyond like the Alps. I mean, I've heard of like the Rock of Gibraltar and the Alps and the British Channel and all that stuff, but like, what are the other mountains? I know there's mountains in the east of Europe. Like you've got huh. I don't know all that much about European geography, to be honest with you. But whatever. You're certainly not required to give us a European geography lesson here either. We're playing Zomboid, but it's all good. I like chatting about different things sometimes. It keeps it keeps it a little more fresh than just zombie talk for 6, 7 hours or whatever. Even 3 or 4 hours of zombie talk is like what? We could talk about something else like Norway and Sweden. Oh right, that's the other one I was trying to think of. So wait, you've got Norway, Sweden, and Finland are up. Yeah, that's it's funny. That's the one, and then Denmark I think is more the one I was thinking of. That's next to Switzerland. Yeah, you kind of corrected me there. But the three I was trying to think of before were Norway, Sweden, and Finland. That's funny. Those are your Scandinavian countries, which and it's weird. I'm half Norwegian. I've never even been to Europe. let alone Norway. I know very little about Norway. I said I was going to kill some of these guys. Let's at least kill the ones that are on the bridge here. Oh, I should have grabbed another melee weapon, but all I want to do is grab that black cow, most likely. He's got some police stuff on him. I want to look at that closer. Just want to see what he's got on him. M9 magazine, I'll take. He doesn't have the gun. Police pants don't have holes. Police shirt doesn't have holes. So I'll take his pants and shirt. It's kind of nice to have those outfits sometimes because they work well. Like if I want to, where I think those are usually pretty low insulation. So that's a good summer outfit if I can get them cleaned up and whatnot. We got another M9 magazine. Didn't really need it, but I didn't even look if it had ammo in it. Hopefully it has a little ammo in it too. I took that guy's pants. I think he's wearing the oh, here's another police zombie. Let me see if I can get this guy split off. Any ammo I can get right now. He's real slow, so let's do this. I didn't necessarily want to fight that whole group, but it's not that many. Should have grabbed a better long blunt weapon, but I I want to say he's level 3 short blunt already, so this should get us through. Oh shoot! Did you see that one? That was a weird one. He like started to go down and then stood back up on my screen. I really just want this police officer, so let's see if we can do this. Holster, police. He's got the police jacket with no holes, and that's about it. So let's get out of here. So we got a full police outfit with the pants, the shirt, and the jacket there. I don't think any of them had holes. I did get an M9 magazine with. Did I already put that away? Yeah, I think I already put it away, but so that was good. And we killed what, like 3 or 4 of them there. Uh, Jerome Lad says it's Central Europe is where I get confused. Yeah, I think more of the mountains start in like Central Europe and then into like Russia where like the Ural Mountains are, stuff like that. I'm not real great with geography, but I try to. I like talking about it. It's really interesting to me. I love geography and just like things like national borders and state borders and things like that are kind of interesting to me. Like why do we divide ourselves up like this? When you look at it from like a global perspective and you just kind of when you sort of remove yourself from some of that, you say, well, okay, that's all good, and I'm all about patriotism and being like supportive of your local people and all of that kind of stuff. It's all good, but at some point you look at it and you're like, well, why are there so many? Why do we create so many lines and so many divisions? Is really all they are. Like I get it for like economic purposes, for just geographical reasons to kind of split people up a little bit, but that's really what it is. Is I should turn my headlights on maybe. It really is just another way of dividing people or splitting them up. You know what I mean? And I use that terminology intentionally because I'm not trying to say I'm like a globalist and I don't think we should have any borders or anything like that, but I think sometimes it's overemphasized over just humans coming together. Do you know what I mean? It's sometimes the nationalism gets in the way of just humans sort of I don't know what's the right word to use. I don't want to say assimilating or combining or it's not like we all and I don't want humans to be all one homogeneous race where we're all white or we're all black or whatever, but at the same time it's like sometimes we're a little I guess my main point is sometimes we can be a little too divided, and some of that comes from both the national borders and the state borders that we create. It's just a way to divide people. And sometimes it makes a lot of sense for whatever. There's a river there. So yeah, the people on this side of the river live one way because they have an ocean. The people on this side of the river live on this way because they have mountains. So like I get that. I'm not trying to say we should all be the same and live the same and look the same, but the biggest example I can use for this is what's going on in my own country right now, where we are literally changing the borders of our voting. We're changing the way we vote um, based on the borders within each state and county. They're literally going state by state, county by county, and adjusting who votes where simply for now. I'm not going to say it's every single case is bullshit, but a lot of it's really just Democrats and Republicans fighting against each other and trying to decide who gets the votes where they want them between those two parties. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not necessarily opposed to adjusting borders. In fact, I'm very much for changing some borders. But when it's strictly done by two parties who are trying to get more votes, it gets to the point where you're like, all right, well now we're just changing and creating borders again. Again, another way to divide people, and often it seems to be divided by things like race or anyway. I don't want to go too deep into all that because you very. I don't mean to like pick a side there or say anyone's right or wrong, but it very quickly becomes a hot button issue that people will very quickly pick sides on, and I don't always like to pick a side necessarily, especially in individual local cases. So here's the cow right here. Oh, Jesus Christ, dudes. I didn't hook up the trailer. You know what? There's another trailer down here. It's fine. And this is what we'll do. I'm not opposed to having 3 animal trailers. And we can also look for that Holstein cow again and see how this shaped up. Oh, she could get in right here. Hold on. There's an opening right there. I don't think she would have wandered in there, though. Tell you what, guys, since I freaking. Yeah, dude, the divide and conquer. Let's see. Jerome says divide and conquer probably the most successful tactic ever employed, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. It's the big political parties and the corporations who run them and the billionaires who run the corporations. Those are the people who are driving all of that. And what they're saying is they're trying to drive a wedge between the, the American people, between what is this? Between just people in general. I feel like it's kind of a global problem. But in my country, in the United States right now, we are so screwed up with corporations and the thing is it's so complex. It's not even corporations, it's lobbyists, it's literal like government organizations created. I don't know, man. It's all kinds of different things. We've got so much messed up stuff here. It's basically all just driven by the rich and the money. You can literally just follow all that and say, well, now this first one, actually, let's just do this to keep this simple. I'm not seeing the cow still. It is still a bit of a shit show here, so I'm just going to grab this trailer because I'm almost positive this one was in really, really good shape too. Pretty sure it was this one that I was going to grab until I saw the other one. So, well, here. Let's check it first, double check. This one should be like 94% with performance tires, I believe. 94% performance tires. Yep. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hook it up. We're probably just, oh, get in there. We're probably just gonna drive straight up. I might just look around real quick here. Here, sorry. Oh, let's make sure it moves because we might need to put air in the tires. It's one thing. Often, so if you weren't here before, check this out. See how it moves like shit right now? I have it floored. I have this literally floored and it won't move. But, now here, let me shut it off. Check this out. This is all you gotta do. Well, it's a thing, but so far definitely, I'm definitely 2 for 2 on this. Twice now I've had the same issue, and all I did, there might be different ways to do this, I don't know. But what I've been doing is if you have that issue, I know the truck is fine. I know the trailer is 94% condition. The only thing I'm having an issue with is the tires don't have full pressure. See this? This one was at 28. This one's at 34. This one's at 26. And this one's at 34. And I know that it doesn't seem like in reality that that would prevent you from moving the trailer. But in Project Zomboid Build 42.19, which you can see right here, that is the case. And I swear to you, let's try it with just one. Wasn't that the worst one? No. Let's try it with the 2 worst ones. Tell you what, let's do this. Because I don't know for sure. One thing I haven't tested is do I need to fill up all the tires? Let's try this. Or what happens if I just fill up the 2 lowest tires? Because that one was at 28. That one is now full. This one's at 26. So let's fill up that one. The other ones are at 34, both of them. So now in theory, in reality, yeah, I could move this trailer. The tires have like 80 plus % pressure. So to tell me that this trailer is not going to move, it's 94% condition and the tires have air in them. 2 of them are completely full and the other ones have like, anyway, you saw it. You see how long this takes to? It takes forever to fill these damn tires. If they're totally empty, who's this? Oh no, that's a female. So that one shouldn't hurt me. One of them gashed my neck earlier, and it took me like a day or 2 to recover. But actually, the laceration healed up really well. It really only took 2 days, I think, to fully heal a laceration in my neck. Okay, so now let's test this. I only filled up 2 of them. Let's see if it moves. Now it moves better already. Look at that. Look at that. I only filled up the 2 worst ones. See how it moves just great now. That's way, way, way better than it was moving. Before I had it floored and it was just inching forward. So you know what? That's fine. I filled up 2 of them. I'm just going to put this tire pump away. I don't need them to all have full air. I just need the damn thing to move. So let's real quick just look back here. I'm gonna pick up that Angus cow, but I don't want pigs or sheep. And that's pretty much all I saw here. Let's just walk through and see if we can hear a cow or see a cow. I swear I saw a second cow or a second head of cattle. I could have sworn it was a cow and it. Oh, that one might be upset at me right there. I'm gonna get over here. I could have sworn it was a cow and it probably would have ran this way. Most likely, unless it's in that back field still somewhere. It could have ran to that back field. Should we jump back here? Because, well, I don't want to deal with jumping over all those fences right now. Let's go fill up his water and Make sure my dude is good. It's fine. I guess I'll have 3 animal trailers. But we were going to do a big cattle breeding operation, so I don't necessarily need 3 or even 2, but whatever. We'll swap some parts around. It's possible. Pretty sure I have 2 sets of performance tires now. That's the nice thing is what I'll do is I'll pick out the worst trailer and take the best parts off of it. Thus, and then I'll leave one trailer as sort of a parts trailer right away, and I'll just use the 2. Uh, yeah, Jerome says if we're too busy bickering amongst ourselves, the real issues never get tackled, and I agree. And the real issues are, yeah, I mean, we all know what the real issues for the world are. I think in general. Hi, is that thing following me? That thing might be pissed off at me or wanna hurt me anyway. Okay, well, tell you what, it's dark. I don't really want to sleep in the truck here. So let's see if we can go grab that black cow. And that's actually, I mean, that's enough to start what I'm doing. I'll be back this way for sure. I just want to go slow because I definitely don't want to hit this. Let's keep looking around a little bit. I hear animals. That's probably just sheep and pigs. Oh, there's one right there, a pig. So hopefully they'll kind of calm down around there. Respawn is not on, so they will continue to attract zombies because of their noises, but in theory, it should calm down around there over time, especially if I come back and clear it again and maybe look for that cow. Where was it? Was it past? I think it was past the railroad tracks, right? And then, boy, that pen light doesn't give you much distance anymore. The pen light used to be better. I like carrying it because I don't have a lot of room in my fanny pack usually. If I switch to like a chest rig or a Alice belt, it should be right up here. I will probably start carrying a better flashlight down the road, but there's my cow. So I think let's leave it running for the moment and just check the area. I hear a rabbit. Let's just check a little bit for zombies first. Oh, do I have a rope on me or no? But I'm almost positive I put one in here. I better have put a rope in here. Okay, let's make sure the door is open. I think we can pretty much. Sometimes I'll just leave it open and then, or I mean, leave the vehicle running and then run around a little bit to make sure there's no zombies that are going to interfere. Let's just check around here a little bit. Okay. Yeah, just give it a shot. She should be pretty chill. And I've never had a cow hurt me. I've done a fair amount of this. Now, I've definitely had the bulls hurt me. To be clear, the bulls, an angry bull will mess you up. Oh, I didn't even name them, but tell you what, let's name them when we get home. Let's we could even start that as a policy. Sometimes I try to name them in the field, but it can be a little bit hard to like name them in the field before you bring them home. A, because they haven't had a chance to develop their personality yet. B, because it's just a little too soon and you're trying to kill zombies and shit. Sometimes I like to name them when I see them just to be like, okay, that's one I saw. You know what I mean? But here, how do I do this again? It should be open, right? Yeah, put animal. It says 326, so I likely couldn't fit another animal in here unless it was a small animal like a rabbit. Do you know what I just heard? I heard it earlier too, but I do happen to hear. I do happen to hear a rabbit around here somewhere. I would grab one if it was easy and throw it in there. There was one. A female rabbit. I was not quick enough on the trigger there. Let's see if we can get close to it again. These guys are hard to pick up if they're freaked out. Yeah, I don't want to chase her all the way out there. It's just a rabbit. Rabbits are pretty common. We just chasing rabbits. Hey, Vern. This is a Vern moment right here. I don't know who the hell Vern is, but Vern, what in the hell are you doing out in that damn field? You chasing a rabbit, huh? And how's that going? You do know it's 3 a.m., right? And we have a cow in the trailer. Do you recall? Do you recall placing a live cow in that trailer there, Vern? I think that voice. I think that voice is Barry's internal head voice, and he calls it Barry Vern for some strange reason. I don't know what's happening there. It's some sort of psychological. It's probably a mental health issue. I don't know. But you know what? If you live in 2026 America, or even 2026 on Earth, and you don't have some mental health issues, I gotta ask you what you eat. Because I feel like at a minimum, I can pick on Americans very easily. I feel like at a minimum, every single American right now has at least a minor mental health condition, including myself. Including myself. Um, don't we all? Don't we all? I mean, really, don't you have? Doesn't everyone have a minor physical health condition? Unless you're like, I don't know, whatever. Unless you're like 19 years old and in perfect health. I suppose there's a few of those. I suppose there's a few of those people out there, but pretty much everyone on the planet has at least one minor physical health condition and one minor mental health condition. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially if you're very aware of it and you do your best. Some things simply cannot be healed. Yeah. At some point you had a cut or a scar, even. You know what I mean? Like that's a minor physical health condition, a scar. Pretty much everyone by the time you're like 20, you got to have a scar somewhere on your skin. You know, I'd say it's the same thing with mental health, and there's a lot of stigma around that kind of stuff. I like talking about that kind of stuff because I think it's good. I'm not a big fan of like prescription medications. I think I think just keeping an eye on your own mental health in whatever way you need to is a really good thing to do. And I don't necessarily support things like subscription medications. They can sometimes help, but I think we're very reliant on those. And to me, it kind of goes back to our last conversation where it's very money driven. It's very, and I don't mean to say like doctors are over prescribing and being greedy, but at the same time, at some point we fall into this culture where everybody wants money, everybody wants to get rich, and everybody does the easy thing. And the easy thing sometimes is exploiting people when they're ill, both physically and mentally. Do you see what I'm saying? And not even necessarily exploiting, but maybe we just haven't built the systems, including like the financial and the political systems that would actually help people, as opposed to. Do you see what I mean? I think some of our institutions are flawed. There are like we throw a lot of money at trying to help people, but I don't think we always do it in the right way. And and then we also throw a lot of money at just throwing people in prison and throwing them away. Do you see what I'm saying? That's part of my now that's a little bit of my own personal beliefs there, but for me, now this is speaking as an American, in my country, in the United States, we very, very much over imprison people rather than making any attempt whatsoever to, rehabilitate them, get them off drugs. There's like no that's kind of an example of what I'm talking about. Like how much money is in the prison industry? Let's start there. Let's look at the prison, the incarceration industry, the private. Let's look at them both. Let's look at public and private incarceration in the United States. Let's compare it to how much money is spent on whatever, on anything that helps anybody. Like I get it. We need prisons. You need to put murderers in prison. Totally get it. Totally get it. Sometimes you might even need to you well, whatever. You need to have a system and institutions in place where we can try we can bring them to court, try them, and then imprison murderers forever. Totally get that. No issues there. We need prisons, okay? Got it. Which means we need police officers. Totally support that. I totally support the police. I totally support prisons. Where it gets to be a real problem is when you're putting people in prison for years. I'm talking about like hardcore prison for years of their life with no conversation about rehabilitation, no conversation about really anything along those lines, like true, like. But then also, the thing is, it doesn't come down to rehabilitation. What it comes down to is reforming the law that put them in prison in the first place. And one of the number one laws that I would be talking about there is the drug laws, but there's also you could get into a lot of different things there. Mostly, my biggest focus there would be things like drug laws and essentially non-violent offenses shouldn't be. Now, if we're talking about millions of dollars of theft or bank robberies, that might be another thing. But like in general, if it's a non-violent crime, you shouldn't be locked up in prisons for decades. Let's say that. How about that? You know what I mean? You shouldn't be locked up in prison for decades because you sold some marijuana to your cousin, your friend, your mom, whoever. I don't care. I don't care if you gave it to her, if you sold it to her, if it was a Christmas gift. Like, dude, you're seriously, literally putting people in a cage for years because of some minor drug offense. And why is it an offense in the first place? Why do you call it? Why are we even calling? Anyway, you can hear me. That's one thing I also really like to talk about, and I don't talk about it a lot on stream because I don't want to be that guy, and I don't want to just focus on, hey, he's the streamer who smokes weed. That's not what I'm going for at all. I'm just streaming a game that I love, but I also happen to love smoking weed. I don't think it should have ever been made illegal. I can talk for hours about that subject and why it's illegal, why it shouldn't be illegal anywhere. Both, and I'm talking about both industrial hemp and the marijuana plant itself. Neither one of them should be illegal anywhere. It's absolutely ridiculous to me that industrial hemp was ever considered illegal. And that's one story. Um, that goes back to actually the timber and the paper industry in the United States, and probably globally too. There's probably a lot of things in other countries that happen around that too. But I know in the United States specifically, there was a great deal of, and see, this is the fucked up thing that kind of makes me sad, is that marijuana has been illegal in this country for how long? Decades, if not over a century, I think. Literally, like, made illegal to the point you could get thrown in prison for even having it, let alone growing it or selling it. And that's been the case for decades and probably more than 100 years. I'm not actually sure. But my point is, what was it that made it illegal? It was actually lobbyists and rich corporations who owned paper interests and logging, and it was all about paper and logging and trees and I don't mean to hate on the people in like the logging or forestry industries, but that's what all that was centered around, is they didn't want industrial hemp because it's a superior product. They didn't want it taking over their industry. And do you see where, and you can equate this to things like the fossil fuel industry today. It's the same damn thing we're seeing today. And these, to me, these are the real issues. Is why is industrial hemp now? We've just changed some of the laws here in the United States. They're actively changing recently. She wouldn't let me. She's maybe a little stressed. I thought she was calm, but she wouldn't. I think she was trying to sit, and then I tried to pet her at the same time. You know what? Let's name these guys. And sometimes I get off on these. I shouldn't get too deep on those. If I go, I'll tell you guys, and you can probably, you can probably. I don't like to label myself. If you've watched enough of my streams, you can kind of tell where some of my political leanings are. I like to be very open-minded, though. I really don't ever want to. I really don't ever want to. Did I leave this vehicle down there? Hold on. What did I do? No, I'm driving this one. I'm driving this one. Get on my key ring. I want to go on my key ring. All right, maybe. But yeah, you can kind of tell where I fall. I guess it's not full. Why want to go on the key ring? Maybe if I. Sometimes if you have a glitch like that where it just isn't wanting to move. Uh-oh. No, it's right here. Place it, guy. Well, okay, so I don't know. Something's glitching with this key right now. Let me try to. God damn it. All right, well, that should resolve itself later. I was trying to find my bull. But yeah, I'd like to be real open-minded. Feel free to. You can always express yourselves in the chat if you're. Even if you express a different opinion, that's totally fine. I try to keep it respectful. Just try to keep it respectful. I know sometimes I can get a little out there, so I try to reel it back in, especially when I'm streaming, and remind myself that I shouldn't be trying to spout off my entire political manifesto on my stream. But yeah, I like to keep it open-minded. I think in general, when you really sit down, I found this with most people, even in this country. When you really sit down, and I try, this is how I try to be just with people. I don't really care if you're a Democrat or Republican or red or blue or left, right, liberal, whatever. I don't care. I'd like to be able to sit down with someone and talk about anything that's on my mind and be able to do so respectfully without us instantly delving into uh, the divided lines, interested. Sorry, without anyone. Oh, he might be a little upset. Was that him? Oh, he's running from this. I see. I I did put the cow in him with you. Didn't I put the cow in here with him, or did I leave the cow in the other field? Just to refresh your memory, we've got. Oh yeah, there's the cow. So we've got the bull. He's stressed, but she should be calm. Now that I've got him back here, once he calms down, he should be able to get her pregnant. You see, it says she's not pregnant here. Now, this can be a little tough to tell when they get pregnant. Oh, I was going to name them. Guys, let's name my cattle. Let's name my cattle. We're 2.5 hours in. I can probably go maybe a little longer, another hour or so at most. Let's name the cattle. So this was the bull. Let's name him first. I can name him. He should be at least allowing me to get close to him without attacking me. I was able to pet him earlier. Was that him? Oh no, those are deer out there. Each animal has distinct sounds, so you can tell what they are by the sound. I like that. That's a little. The sounds aren't great, but it's at least true to life in that each animal has its own sound. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not a. I just heard one jump over a fence, so I'm gonna look for this zombie first. There he is. And then I'm gonna try. Well, I'm gonna name. Who are we going with here? I've used so many different names. You know what? Last time I did this, it got. Is that a good leather coat? It's got a hole in it. I've got enough leather and denim strips right now. I'll just collect them if they don't have holes in them. Yeah, there's deer back here. Oh, the deer are chasing that. Or the zombies are chasing that deer, aren't they? Do they chase wild animals too? So that's one way to keep it fresh when you don't have respawn on. You can set the zombies to chase the animals, and that way it kind of keeps the zombies moving around a lot. I also have migration on, so let's just kill all these guys. I like to try to, generally when I get this rolling, most of the time when I come out here to do milking or whatever, I will try to also kind of clear the area, at least most of it. It's kind of a little bit standard protocol. I don't always clear the entire thing, but I at least want to keep them away from the front and the gates and the barn. If there's a few back here on the fence line, I'm not too worried about it, but I also don't want them to collect too much. You can see there's quite a few back there, and they're now being drawn in by my bull. So to avoid having more issues down the road, basically, I'm going to try to kill these two over in this corner. But yeah, we're doing good. We'll go another. We'll see how this all goes. But I could go another hour for sure. And then I'm debating. Hey, if anyone's here and wants to chat back, let me know. What would you rather see today? If I came back here later today, and feel free to, if you watch the video today, feel free to drop in a comment too, because the video should post pretty quickly after the stream ends. So you should be able to go back and watch the full video, essentially as soon as YouTube finishes processing it. The video should be available. So I don't know how long that always takes, but could be different depending on the length of the video and all that. But if you have an opinion, what would you rather see later today if I came back, or tomorrow? It could end up being tomorrow, but most likely sometime today. Should I do the Jill McGee stream, the Jill McGee extinction stream, or should I come back to this guy? I want to do both of them. Is the thing. I kind of want to bounce back and forth a little bit. Part of me wants to go check in with Jill again, but I've also got a good cattle run going here. But what's his name? What's his name? So I found he was like, you know what? He was like a solo bull. In fact, he was the only animal I was able to get out of Brott Cattle Farm, is what this guy was. So we're either going to call him. Oh, and you know what? You know what, guys? This is a made up name, but it actually reminds me of my conversation with Jerome. It reminds me of Sweden, and it reminds me of Star Wars. So we're going to go with Hans Solo. He's from Sweden. He's a milk cow from Sweden, or a milk bull. Sorry, friend. He is a Holstein bull from Sweden. His name is Hans Solo. I was gonna go with Hank Williams, but I did that on my last run. I did a whole. I had Hank Williams Sr. I had Loretta Lynn. So who is this then? Is this Leia? Would Leia be the Black Angus, or? I feel like Leia would be the Holstein cow that was lost, right? That's Leia. So this would be more like, oh God, now I don't know the Star. We're gonna have to branch out from the Star Wars universe. How about you got Han Solo? We're not doing all Star Wars names. I'm not doing that. Let's do just famous females. I don't want to pin myself in too much here. How about, so this one was just loose, just running wild. This is like wild sherry, wild bull, wild cow, not mad cow. I don't know, Sherry. I could just go with Sherry, the Angus bull. Who's wild? Cher? Cher's got black hair. How about Cher? So we've got Han Solo. This will be Cher. I don't know. I did Loretta Lynn last time, so I don't like to repeat names if I can help it. We'll just go with this for now. So this is Cher. This is a good way to quickly identify them when you're doing this too. Oh, and tell you what, guys, I like just flowing with what we're doing. So let me show you what I do with these animal zones here too. Did I do this on this one yet? I don't believe I did. No. So they're only animal zone right now, if there even is one. I don't even know if there is one out here. They need one. They actually, I believe, need one to function. So, and I'm not seeing one set up here. So, one of the very, very, very first things you want to do is make sure they have an actual animal zone. And I'm talking about this right here. So if you've never done this before, this will be a little tutorial on animal zones. Sometimes you'll get here and there's already one set up. I will often delete that. There was one on my chickens, but there weren't any animals out here, so it makes sense that there weren't any zones set up at all. But you can see here, so you can go, what is this again? You can see the width right now is 40. Now, when I do this on controller, it's really slick. So this is on my mouse right here. But watch what I can now do on my controller at the same time to get this just perfect. If you want it to be a 40 by 40, here that's the max. At least I do. But watch now. So I'm holding it with my mouse. But if I now use the directional pad on my controller, I can adjust it one by one and get it just, see how nice that is? I'm still holding the mouse where it was, but I'm able to kind of dial it in a little more perfectly. So if I see, oh, I can't quite stretch it to 40 with my mouse, Well, I can use my directional pad on the controller and make it a 40 by 40. I can still do it with the mouse too. But you can see how the mouse just isn't as, like, I gotta, where is it? It's right there. But then still, now it says 39 by 40. See? Well, just to make sure, let's go there. And I can see real easy with the directional pad, just hit it one way, boom, that's too much. Boom, that's too much. There. 40, 40. So there. So then I release the mouse and it says create this zone. I click A. I could have hit A on the controller as well. Either one works. Um, that's one thing I love about having a mouse and a controller set up at the same time. You can, I literally right now, I have my left hand on my controller and my right hand on my mouse. And I kind of do these animal zones that way because both of them have, see right here, this is on my mouse. This is all movement on my mouse. So I go over here with the mouse, click add, and I just do that on the mouse. Here I can zoom in and out on the mouse real easily. But then I walk over here with the controller, and I can just keep my hand on the controller and the mouse this whole time. I don't have to touch that damn. I hate the keyboard. I think the biggest thing I hate is the keyboard. It's like, come on, guys. It's 2026, guys. We're still using a keyboard to play games. Like, dude, we have virtual reality. We have controllers. We have, like, come on. I don't want to. I don't really want to use the keyboard. Is nice for hotkeys. For I do use my keyboard the way I have it set up, but it's pretty much only my hotkeys that I don't have functionality for on the controller. So what I do, because you can see there's gates here, and these are all separated. Anyway, I'm not trying to fight those battles right now. I like to stand up for controller. What am I doing? I like to stand up for controller players because often what I got when I played on multiplayer, you'll just find like you put certain things out there and you get certain things back. You know what I mean? Sometimes I would just sort of casually mention on like a multiplayer server, I'd just be chatting with someone, and I'd just sort of be like, yeah, my controller's a little messed up right now, whatever. Just for whatever reason, I'd mention it offhand. And you'd be surprised how seldom it fails. Someone will chime up in all chat on a multiplayer server and be like, "Oh, I had this exact comment one time actually. Oh, this exact comment. You still play on a controller? Do you also still use a television?" My response to that is, dude, is it 1981? Why are you still only using your keyboard and mouse? Like, I'm gonna totally fucking flip that back on you, dude. And I think you're dumb. And I think you have it. I think you're just dumb. Because what are you even talking about? I'm using a controller that was designed in the 2020s. You're using a keyboard that was literally designed back in 1982 and trying to play a video game that was created in 2013. Do you see what I'm saying? And you're like, oh, I don't use a controller because my keyboard is better because I'm a PC player. Sorry, now I'm being a dickhole because I'm just gonna say this. Sometimes people who play like that and are very, 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 we'll just say this. I'm not calling out all PC players because I'm a PC player myself. But sometimes you run into that guy who's PC player guy who has never used a controller. He's been playing since 1982 on a keyboard, and he's got a whatever. I don't know. I know honestly I don't want to try to psychoanalyze those people, but it's just funny. That wasn't the first time someone said something like that, and I was like, "What are you even talking about, dude? What keyboard are you using, man? And when was it designed?" Literally, like, where does the design of your QWERTY keyboard come from? Let's talk about that. Why is it a QWERTY keyboard? What the fuck is that? Because some dumb shit designed that back in the 1960s, and you're still exclusively using that? Are you a luddite who doesn't like new technology? Because controllers are new technology as of like what, the mid 80s. Like before, sorry, I don't mean to sound like a total douchebag right now, but it does get under my skin a little bit when people make fun of you for using a controller and try to say that you're whatever, you're like old school or because it's the total opposite, guys. It's the total opposite. People who own, people who make fun of you for because they only use the keyboard and mouse and can't think outside of the box. Those people are just dumb and douchebags for making fun of you for using a controller. That's my point. I'm not trying to be a douchebag towards people who do different things. I'm saying shut up about the damn controller, man. People have been using controllers for 40 years. Where have you been? It's better than a keyboard. I will fight you for it. I will fight you on that point. Like to down to the detail. I will show you 1,000 ways how using a controller. Look, all of this right here is controller. And I'm not talking to anyone in my chat right now. I'm trying to talk to the douchebag that made fun of me for using a controller. But look at this all this movement is on controller. It's so much better than having your hands tied, and I can do this all on one hand. This is all in one hand. So don't talk to me about how your keyboard and mouse combination is better than using a controller because it's just not, and you're wrong and you're dumb for trying to die on that hill and fight with someone in a on a multiplayer all chat about how you're trying to tell them that they're old or dumb for using a controller. Nah, man. It's the complete opposite is actually true. And in my view, you just showed your own ignorance and stupidity by trying to argue with me about it. Like, I wasn't trying to argue with anyone about it, man. I was just stating the fact that I use a controller. And then, but it's incredible how often that happens. Like, you'll say anything about a controller on a PC game, really probably a lot of PC games, and you'll have PC douchebag Chad. You use a controller. Let me talk to you about keyboards. Let me let me talk to you about my keyboard warrior status. I'm level one keyboard warrior. I won the 1983 keyboard championships at Blockbuster Video. Shut up. Let's talk about literally anything else. What the fuck kind of direction are you trying to take this conversation in, man? Speaking of which, my cows are good. Sometimes I go off the rails too. I know, but those guys really drive me nuts. It's like, dude, just shut up. Wait, where's my blue? Oh yeah, the blue truck, and those to me are the real issues. The real issues are video game issues. They're already pooping. Look at those guys poop out there. I'm kind of excited to get their poop. Look at all that poop. That's actually a little too much, guys. Let's calm it down on the pooping out there. Yeah, I don't know. I know I was kind of ranting there. Just tell me to shut up sometimes if I'm ranting too much. Oh, here's another glitch. Here's another nice glitch with these trailers is sometimes they just come disconnected for no reason. There it is. See that? Did you see that? Did you guys see that? That's what happens. That's what happened in Zomboid. It's like you totally. God damn it. Let me just make sure it's freaking hooked up. All right. It should move. Let me read this chat message because I was kind of ranting. It's good to have chat because sometimes it leads you off in a different direction. Or maybe it'll bring me right back where I was. Well, specifically in shooter games, this is JMac501st. Oh, JMac's back. Mouse, keyboard, and I understand what you mean because like I know there's better accuracy in shooter games, and I don't dispute that. But I gotta tell you, man, when I was playing on controller on this game a few updates ago, my headshot count was pretty high. I'm telling you, it was higher than it would have been in real life. So, I mean, I was able to get like 90% headshots on my controller. So, I don't disagree with you. I think you're right about shooter games specifically. Um, yeah, games like Zomboid or XCOM. Yeah, I agree. I agree. A game like this, like, do well. Honestly, and here's my just overarching opinion about that is whatever, dude. Use whatever fucking controller you want. Just if I say I'm using a controller and your only response to that is, "Oh, you're using a controller? Were you born in 1962 and are you watching it on a Univision television or what?" Like, I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about right now, dude. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit that just came up. You know what? Not towards you, J Mag. I'm talking about the guy who said that. I was like, dude, shut up. Why are you trying to divert my conversation to a way that's like, basically, I'm better than you, and I know that I'm better than you because I don't use a controller. Like, no, well, shut the fuck up. Get out of here, dude. Get out of my chat box. Get out of my brain. I don't even want to talk to you about that shit because it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, yes, I agree with JMac. I'm not trying to. JMac makes a good point. But that's just it. Like, hey, if you're playing Call of Duty, then sure. If you want to use just mouse and keyboard, sure, do that. Fine. I'm not gonna. I don't really care. I don't give a shit what you're using. If you want to chat about it, then I'll chat and chat it up. I'm not gonna say, oh my god, you don't use a controller. What's wrong with you? You know, like I don't jump out there on people like that. That's not to me. Anytime someone's doing that, it's all about themselves and it's all about self. It's just selfish behavior where they're like, I'm going to jump in and specifically call you out when I've never talked to you before, but I'm going to jump all over your conversation and try to turn it into a way that makes you look dumb and makes me look smart. You know what I mean? And it's like, dude, there was no call for that. You weren't even part of the conversation until you decided to. And sure, maybe he's just joking. Maybe I know sometimes I take those things a little. It's like, dude, just calm down about it. But is this? And I didn't. It's not like I jumped all over him, but I did say something along those lines, like, "Hey, man," I believe my response was something like this: "Go back to 1982 and tell me what you were playing video games on. You were playing on keyboard and mouse, right? Well, let's flash forward to the 2020s at least. And what do people play video games on now? They play on keyboard and mouse, and what else? Controller. So shut up. So shut up and get out of the multiplayer all. The thing is, he was doing this in like multiplayer all chat too, like basically publicly calling me out on using a controller, and I'm like, dude, all right, I guess you have a need to like be the big man here, or tell someone how to play, or whatever. I guess I'm gonna hear again why a keyboard and mouse might be better than a controller. I don't know. I don't know, man. But for me, they've done a lot of work for they've done a lot of work on the controllers in this game recently. It has been an issue. I know it's always been a bit of an issue even in Zomboid, but for me, play what works. I'll switch off the controller if I have to and just play on mouse and keyboard. But if it's mostly working for me, I'm going to use it. I use what's available. I use all three. I use three screens. I'm not. I wasn't born in the '60s, and I don't live in 1982. But you know, sometimes it's just Chad douchebags that say stupid things, and I need to get over it. So my guy needs food. So here's what I'm debating, guys. Hey, J Mac, what would you rather see? Anyone who's in the chat right now, give me a response. What would you rather see later today? Should I come back to Barry and keep working on the farm and the cows? Or should I go back to Jill McGee and do the extinction run? Those are my only two characters I'm rolling with. Um, but I'm trying to keep it simple for now and just keep it to these two different runs. I can do different things down the road, but for now, while I'm getting them established, just let me know what anyone in the chat. If you have a preference, let me know and I'll take it into account. I'm not going to tell you I will do what you say, but um, I like to take chat's opinions into account just to kind of see where I should go with some of this. I really like this run. We're getting so far with vehicles. I can't get the vehicles to show up, but we're getting so far with the building. You can see I've got the butter barn. The second level is started. Garden's doing good, but I see one thing that died here. So anyway, yeah, drop in your opinion. I'm going to take a minute here. We'll probably end stream shortly. Actually, let me check his food. He's out of food. You know, I kind of hate to start him out. Let's at least go get some eggs. But yeah, while we're kind of coming to the end of this morning stream, feel free to give your opinion. What do you guys want to see? If you guys are here, if you guys like watching the stream, feel free to kind of guide it a little bit, or I'll ask your opinion sometimes at a minimum. I've got those two main runs. Should I wait a little longer to get back to Jill, or should I just try to get back to Jill's run like today or tomorrow? My first thought was just to do it like a Saturday Extinction, Jill McGee kind of thing. Part of me wants to go check in with her again. We're pretty clean in here. Let me grab some eggs. I'm going to grab a dozen eggs. And let's double check our chickens. I expanded this zone already, and we've still got 12. This is going really well, the chickens are. Really well. I haven't lost a single chicken yet. I have one rooster. There's still a couple of them are chicks, so it's like a good little starter group right here. We've still got tons of food, I think. Yeah, they're not even touching their food. They touched there was 12 of these, so they are eating the animal feed. Let's try this too. I think they'll eat it right out of the bag, won't they? Let's just put a bag like right there. I want to say they'll just eat animal feed right out of the bag. Let's test that and see what that does. I hope that doesn't glitch anything or anything. But they should be solid. It's not getting dirty. I really like these settings, and I didn't even change anything from default, really, that I can recall on the animals or the agriculture. I did have something die here. Let's just double check. Oh, dead pumpkin, dead bell pepper. Oh shit. Seedling watermelon. Tomatoes died. Shit. They might need water. Some things are dying, but we just had rain. We just had a bunch of rain. Let's just check them because I don't like to see things dying. It's probably just because it's August and I planted them sort of out of season, but just for the sake of hitting them real quick, let's hit these. So watering can, yeah, this one's only these are well watered. I just want to check in on them. So seedling cabbages, seedling carrots. We did have some deaths here. These are all alive. Just gonna make sure they've got plenty of water. That one was dead. Lemongrass is alive. These are the big ones. I don't want the lemongrass to die. So most of these are doing pretty well. These were planted maybe a week and a half ago, something like that. Seedling flax. That flax was planted quite a while ago, I want to say, actually. There was a couple things that survived from my first planting. Most of what I planted the first round died. What we're going to have to do is another round of planting and take out these. I'll take out these dead plants, but most of them are alive still. So we're doing good. Oh, sorry, that was my phone. Sorry, I had it. I thought I had that shut off. If you're wondering whose phone just made a sound, that was mine actually. We may have the same sounds on our phones. So okay, everything's watered fine. I was really just gonna cook the eggs. Where's the water go down here? J Max says, Yes, he's correct. So Jill on my other one is crippled. She stepped on glass, which is part of why I want to get back to her because I'm like, dude, she was doing so well. She was the thing is she was doing really, really well right up until I stepped on that fucking glass. And I was just about to like, man, whatever. So J Max says, well, poor Jill is crippled, if I remember correctly. It might you do. It might be better to restart. No, I think she's gonna be fine. She's gonna be fine. She was healing. As long as they don't get infected, she'll be all right. She might just have to kind of go a little slower on the farm, but that's kind of where I'm at anyway. Is I wasn't. It's not like I was gonna run into town and try to slaughter 100 zombies with her. I was really just trying to chill on the farm at that point and get it all, put planks on the windows, that kind of stuff. So that'll be fine. She'll be healed up in a couple of days and walking normal. It'll be good. The only thing I won't watch is heavily modded runs. Interesting. I don't typically. I almost always, and I thought about even putting that in some of these titles, or I'm almost always running straight vanilla, no mods. Oh, I was gonna cook eggs. Pretty much, I think you'd pretty much have to say 90% of my playtime has always been vanilla, no mods. I have played on mostly on multiplayer servers. Is where I've done my modded playing. Let's hit up the twigs. So I typically don't like playing with mods these days, especially when it's on. Basically, I think my basic feeling is if I'm playing Zomboid unstable, I don't really want to play with mods. Oh, don't burn yourself, dude. Jesus. He almost burned himself right there. Scared the shit out of me. All right. You can actually burn yourself really badly on a campfire. You can literally die if you jump into the campfire. So don't want burns for Barry. I should eventually. I'll set up a. It's a little bit dangerous actually with my controller. To be honest, the controller can be a little bit too sensitive sometimes on the running, and I tried to turn down the sensitivity all the way. The instant I see someone driving a tank, I usually stop watching. I do watch some of those YouTube videos, and I don't know. I'm not opposed to doing some modded runs, but what I'd probably do. My thought was I might do like a modded Monday, or maybe a. I also thought like a multiplayer, maybe a modded multiplayer Monday, but I hate. I don't need to. I don't need to pin it in that tight, but you know what I mean? Some kind of a thing where it's just like a once a week kind of thing where maybe I play with some mods because I know there are a lot of people who do play with mods, but I gotta say it seems to me that on unstable. I might be wrong about this, but it seems like more people do multiplayer vanilla than they do multiplayer modded because multiplayer modded can just be a little more problematic from my experience. It's just tougher to get consistent runs because the mods are changing, the updates are changing. Like you said, they could be running all kinds of weird mods that you don't want to be doing or whatever. The mods might be glitched, or maybe your favorite mod isn't updating anymore or whatever. It's for me it's like, all right, I don't want to deal with any of that right now. I just got done actually before I played this, I played a lot of Fallout 4 and I was running it heavily modded, like 200 and I believe I had over 220 mods active on my last Fallout 4 playthrough. I'm pretty sure it was over 220 separate mods. Now, a lot of them related to each other, it's like, well, hey, I need this mod to run this mod kind of thing. But I was running heavily modded Fallout 4, but I wasn't streaming. That was all just me playing the game. But yeah, I guess at some point I just said, you know what? If I'm gonna be playing the game, I might as well try to stream it and see what, doesn't hurt. Especially single player. I don't like Often I don't really like. I enjoy single player games, but sometimes I would just rather play either a multiplayer game or with someone else somehow because it's at some point it always gets for me it's always like, well, this is cool, but is it too late to do lettuce? Probably. Let's try it. I don't even care. Let's also just grab some random, like, what is it, mid-August? Someone, hmm, let's try a garlic, because garlic I know can do better off season, like not necessarily in the summer. I probably didn't, whatever. I'll just open these seed packets. Okay, so we're going to try to replant a little bit. I only lost, I think, three. But yeah, dude, for me, this I enjoy the vanilla game enough, and they keep it fresh. For me, they keep it fresh with updates, with they're constantly making it better, making it a little deeper. They're constantly sort of actually I lost quite a few, didn't I? They're constantly adding the pumpkin didn't make it. So pumpkin, onions, and whatever that was died. So let's do it this way. Let's not replant pumpkin or onions, but all of these are living. Was there one more dead one up here? No, that was it. That's all that's died so far. Oh, dead bell pepper. And oh, there's another one. Okay, I might have missed some more. I thought they were showing up red when I did that. Okay, dead bell pepper. So the bell pepper, watermelon's still going. Oh, that's a dead watermelon? No. That's the first one I planted. Some of them might need some compost, and I do. There's a dead sunflower. Damn it. All right. So those are the ones that died. The tomato's still alive, right? No, damn it. The tomato died. Okay, so let's think about this. It's mid-August, so tomatoes died, pumpkins died, onions died. We may. What do we have that's living? We have cabbages, carrots, chives, sweet potatoes, watermelon, lemongrass. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab a bunch of seeds. We're going to replant some stuff. I will end stream soon, but we're gonna at least replant a few things here. I don't want to. I shouldn't call that early, I guess. Let's plant a few things back here. Let's just grab a good selection. Those all died. It might be a good time to plant, like, I don't know. I guess I could try like basil. Some of this stuff I haven't planted ever, or pumpkins didn't make it. The sage, maybe, like, I don't know. Maybe I could try some herbs. They might have a better chance of making it here in mid-August. Watermelons were the two were still alive. I think it's going to be too late for strawberries. Sweet potatoes can go pretty well, and the turnips can go pretty well late in the season. What else are we going to try here, guys? Do I have sunflower? Didn't I have some up here? Or did I grab? Oh, let's grab these three. Oh, what else should we try to plant? Any planting suggestions? I don't want to do onions. What can you do with hops? I mean, isn't hops just for brewing beer? And I don't think we can. The flax was still living. We could try corn. Trying to grab some stuff I have a lot of that might just grow. Let's grab a. Cauliflower. All right. Chamomile. Let's grab these. Chives might be good. Bell pepper didn't make it. I think I did like cucumber and broccoli and they didn't make it. Flax seeds. You know, I'm not a fan of radishes in real life, but I guess let's try to grow them. All right, let's go with that. And let's just plant out. At this point, it's getting late in the growing season for sure. So you know what? Let's just do this. Let's do the whole thing. I'm not necessarily going to plant every furrow, but it doesn't hurt at all, to dig the furrows ahead of time. Once you put seeds in there, if the seedlings die, then you have to redig the furrow. But it doesn't really hurt anything to dig the furrows ahead of time, as far as I've seen. So let's go ahead and dig the whole thing right now. Is this a pickaxe I'm using? I grabbed a garden hoe. Let's put the pickaxe away. I have a garden hoe in my inventory, but for some reason he's using the pickaxe. So where's the pickaxe? Pickaxe. Oh shit. Um. God damn it! I gotta get my weight down. I got all these fucking seeds on me. Hold on. Seeds are gonna go in my bag. Garden hoe is a backup weapon. I have plenty of those. Seeds go in my bag. I should be fine once the seeds aren't that heavy. I just want to get them into my backpack. I think I'm gonna. Fuck. I don't really want to go in the house now. But if the chopper's going to follow me, I want it. I have this set to sometimes, so we will get a chopper. This is the second time, I believe. So I don't know how that works, but it's probably going to be like once a month or. I got to get more weight down and get a weapon in his hand. What's my weapon? Shit. What's the weapon I was using? That's right, I might have broke my weapon. Okay, we should be good. He's not over encumbered. There is one coming and he's tired though. So let me jump up here. I certainly don't want to lead zombies right to here, but they are coming. Oh, he was carrying a pickaxe. Okay, let's just take out these two and try to get down to this other house. If they're gonna come for me, I'd rather have it be down here. Or maybe actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I want to get indoors somewhere. They're definitely moving. That one's moving away from me. They're all moving that direction, so hopefully. Shit. They're not on me. There is a big group, though. Shit. Where's my barn? Where's my barn? It's right here. I can at least go. Maybe I'll just go chill in this barn. They don't seem to be on me because now the chopper's right above me. So that's great. I don't want it to follow me to this barn, but it's better than having it follow me straight to my house. So let's jump in my barn here. I've never noticed that. It's like a little discolored, almost like that used to be a door. Let's just jump in here. Not going to be real exciting, but there's an empty bucket. I don't mind keeping an empty bucket out here. It's totally possible I might milk out here someday. We'll do some milking. Alright, so my guy's pretty good. I just want to wait out this chopper in here, I think. The thing that sucks is that it could take a while. Man, I was going to plant my garden and then call stream, and then the frickin' chopper has to come. Well, we're fine. We're fine. It's still morning where I am. Let's keep looking, making sure he's all good here. Keys, I still need to drop those. I need to go through this and get a few keys out of here, too. I'm pretty sure 2, 4, 6. I don't know which trailer this is for. It might be... I could try to figure out which trailers I have keys for. But the trailer keys aren't really a big deal. I don't really care that much about them. Oh, let's have him. Let's smoke a cigarette. We're just smoking a cigarette out in the barn while this chopper flies over. You know. You know the whole drill. So, really, I just trying to plant this damn garden. Let's try to run. Ah, hell. Well, I guess that's. I'd rather have him cough right there than back at the house. So. Food water, beautiful. I'll change these troughs around later, but you can see how great this property is. Literally, I can just like there you go. There's 2 cattle. They got food and water. Everything's fantastic. They got tons of room to poop, tons of room to move around. I'll double check the. I think I finished the animal zone, didn't I? But we'll see. I don't know how much I'll do out here. I don't usually build out here, but I sometimes will take that barn and do at least do some touch-ups, like some windows. I don't know. We'll see how far we go with all that. Just kind of depends on how many cattle we end up with. I'm not opposed to having like a dozen cattle or so. Honestly, once you get up to about a dozen cattle, it gets real tough for one person to manage. At that point, you're almost like a full-time cattle rancher. So I would recommend 6 is kind of a sweet spot, I would say, or even 5, because what you can do with 5 cattle, there's a lot of sweet spots. But if you want sort of a mid-tier operation, I'd recommend 5, because what you can do, here's what I would do. Holstein bull, cemental bulls. So that's the white and the brown bull. You want 2 males, and then you get one of each of the cows. You get a brown, a white, and a black cow. Well, what do you have now? You literally have the ability to breed any kind of cattle in the game right there. Just you don't even need the sixth. You don't need the third bull because if you haven't, and that's if you're trying to focus on milk, that's how I would do it. Now, if you're trying to focus on like meat and leather, I would do it a different way. But if you're trying to do a milk run, like a cattle breeding run where you focus on milk as your main commodity, as opposed to leather and beef or whatever, leather and meat, steak, all that, um, I would recommend a Holstein and a Simmental, so a white and a brown. If you wanna do more leather and meat, I would recommend doing a brown and a black bull in that case, and then you can literally that's like I would say 5 if you're going for like a mid to large tier cattle operation. 5 is kind of the sweet spot where you want to be. You can get bigger than that, but it gets tough. You have to have a big property like this or something similar to that where like you've got because once you have the thing about this is so look at this. If I were only using this, well, I can keep a bull here and I can keep a bull. There's 3 of these. So I can keep a bull here and I can keep a bull up in the north one and there's no issues at all. Once I get a third bull, there could be problems because the only entrance is right here. So if I have to take a bull out or do anything, I have to walk a bull past another bull, and you don't want to do that typically. You don't want them to be anywhere. This is fine. You can have bulls, and they might kind of aggravate each other a little bit, I've noticed. You'll see them sort of like stalk each other right on the fence line sometimes if you've got them right here, like one bull here, one bull here. They'll literally like kind of hang out and look at each other and be like, just like that. Let's give him a little pet again. Let's see if we can pet him again. I think he's good. Yeah, he's good. It's good to do this, especially early. It helps you bond with each animal a little bit. I'm 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 told I've read that is built into the animal AI where um, that you do bond with individual animals actually on a level. That it'll take their and it'll also take their. See, well, she's calm. Was he still stressed? I believe he's still stressed. Yes, they did fix that, Jerome. They fixed that in this last update, and that's why I'm doing this run now. I jumped on as soon as I saw they were gonna fix that. I said, "Dude, I'm doing my cattle run. I'm doing it." Dudes, he's calm. See, sometimes just by petting them a couple times and getting, it's literally all they want. Like, get me away from the zombies. Give me food and water. And then you pet him like once or twice, and typically he's calm now. So Han Solo is totally calm. He's not a threat. I can run around him. I can. Now, some people say they don't really like you running around him, and I think that's true to a level, but it's not. It's really not a big deal to like run a little bit. He's gonna stay calm. He's not gonna attack me. But he's still calm. He's fine. I can go up and pet him. I can give him water. See, here's another way. You can also just bond with him by giving him water, things like that. Be real careful. I hate that they have kill animal right there. See how it says that? It's like, oh, do you want to pet your animal or do you want to kill your animal? Like, well, hold on. Don't let me click on. But yeah, see, it used to say. So this is how you know. So I'm on 42.19. If you're still playing on 42, it's like 42.1. Was it just 42.18 where it was broken? I want to say it was broken for more than one update. But it used to say you'd come here and it would say bull, female. And the thing about it was that's not a big deal what it says. But the truth of the matter was they wouldn't breed either. They actually, because it said female, I don't think anyone was really able to breed animals for the entirety of the 42.1 update, which was like 3 weeks. So anyway, that's why we'll probably keep this run going on 42.19. We'll see. The thing is, they're probably going to have another update in like what 2 weeks at the most, 2, 3 weeks. So we'll probably have another update. So, like, I don't know, man. But what I was trying to do was rest him. Those guys are all good. I got some food. Let me just go plant. I don't necessarily want to plant this whole thing. The chopper's gone. So yes, I'm happy to report those issues with the animals are fixed. Agriculture seems to be working pretty well. I have been losing plants, but honestly, that right there is pretty expected. Like I'm planting them kind of late in the season. I know I'm not planting them at the best time. Like that's a given. So some of them are going to die. Even if they had water and even if I fertilized them, they might just die. Some of them. But as you can see, we've got one. We do have young cabbages. I've had real good luck with cabbage and lettuce. I've had really good luck with actually turnips. Trying to think. Sunflowers typically do really well for me, even though I had one die back here. Lemongrass, I've had great. I don't think I've ever had lemongrass die on me. I might be wrong about that, but it's very rare for me to see lemongrass die. Once you get it established and watered and even maybe give it a little bit of did you see that right there? That just popped up into young sweet potatoes. Did you see that? Guys, I love that. That went from seedling sweet potatoes to young sweet potatoes right before our eyes. I actually dig that. You can actually see them change. I mean, I guess that's a little unrealistic, but well, not entirely. I have seen plants sort of before my eyes change just through natural processes. I most certainly have. If you sit and look at them long enough, you'll pretty much see something eventually. But yeah, I'm not really a farm kid. I didn't grow up on a farm, but I did a lot of like landscaping. I used to do my own gardens. I've grown gardens in real life. So if anyone's out there like that, you give me a shout out. I love talking about real gardens. I used to my specialties were tomatoes, onions a little bit. I didn't have as good a luck with onions. I used to do strawberries. Shoot, what else was my big focus? Those were kind of the big ones, but I did all kinds of stuff. I've grown corn before. Um, I actually really love gardening in real life. Just I would say horticulture and agriculture in general. Typically, for me, it's just like a garden in my backyard where I'm doing that. But you can there's all kinds of variations of that kind of stuff. I've never grown weed. I've tried to grow weed, but I've never successfully grown marijuana. But I have done lots of tomatoes. I've grown lots of good onions. I've grown corn. I did something called the Three Sisters one time, which is corn, squash, and soybeans, I believe, or I can't remember what I did. I might have done like sweet peas or something. Or no, I did some beans. I did different kinds of beans. There was like three. And a couple of them were sort of designed to be climbers that would climb the corn, and then the Three Sisters is sort of a design in real life where you basically do three. I mean, there's a specific one. This one was related to not Aztec, but not Navajo, but what's the one I'm trying to say? And not Inca either. Was it Maya? Oh, it was the Mayans. So the Mayans, I believe, had the tradition of doing the Three Sisters, which was corn, squash, and I believe it was beans. They probably had their own types of beans, back then or whatever. But let's do lettuce. Here's what we're gonna do. I think we can get away with lettuce right here. Yeah, give me a shout out if anyone's ever done any of that stuff. I did the Three Sisters once and had some limited success. I never had a lot of luck growing corn. It just wasn't really the right way to do it. But if I recall correctly, I did harvest beans off of that. I had like three different kinds of cool beans that I did. I did the squash. I'm pretty sure I harvested a few squash out of there. Okay, so we now have, getting back to game, we have cabbages. We have a lot of cabbages because they were working. I also tried a lettuce in the middle. Those are a little more sensitive. Let's give it a shot.
Hmm.
Here we've got carrots doing well. Let's try something else in the middle. Should we try basil? Let's try basil. I like basil in real life. And then let's do more carrots. Let's just do this. And did I not grab? I thought I grabbed maybe a packet of carrot seeds. Do I not have? I gotta have some carrot seeds here. Let me go look. I want to do more carrots because they lived. Let's kind of. This is kind of how I roll. Is you and if you've ever done a garden or ever done any farming, this is kind of how it goes. Like you might be a little late in the season, or maybe it's a little cold this year, and you never know when you plant a seed. It's true in real life too. You don't know if that seed's actually going to grow. You don't know. Maybe some squirrels are going to come eat your seed in real life. So you never know. This is the same as real life, though, right here. Like you plant a seed, it doesn't mean it's going to grow into a plant. And just because it grows into a seedling doesn't mean it's going to get all the way to harvest. You got when you do agriculture in general, you have to account for the fact that some of them are going to die. Always, always. Even the best farmers on the planet don't have 100% plant success rate. Let's do wild garlic right here. So here we've got chives and wild garlic. Let's do more chives because they live. But this is how you kind of do it. Like, well, hey man, right now I'm just listening to the land. The land is telling me, hey, these chives were okay back when you planted them a week and a half ago, or whatever I was trying to say. Back when those were planted, it was fine. So let's try it again. So we've got chives here. This seems to be doing well also. These are sweet potatoes. Now, did I grab sweet potato seeds? Probably not. No, I think I did, didn't I? Sweet. I have 3 sweet potato seeds. So, should we do? Now, I want to say, hold on here. Do we have 5 turnips? Because check me out, guys. I think this is good. You kind of got to play with it, and I don't know for sure if these are all going to live. I don't know. Seed packet turnip. I'm kind of all over the place right now with my seeds, but let's just do this. We'll sort it out later. Seed packet turnip. We're going to open that. We'll sort out the seed packets and the seeds in a second. But for now, this is what we're doing. I'm going to do sweet potatoes here. See, and you got to try different crops too. So the strawberries didn't work. Well, all right. Sweet potatoes aren't my. Well, I actually love sweet potatoes. Turnips aren't my favorite, but so let's plant some turnips. So strawberries aren't working right now. I probably should have planted them in like March or April. So that's not going to happen. So let's do this then. Let's do turnips. These are a little more suited to a colder climate. And I've actually had luck with these. I planted these in it was either October or November, guys. Like you can still plant into August, September, October, even some things you can plant in November. Once you get into like December, January, February, it's kind of tough to plant, but if you plant like this in September, in July and August, you can get a lot of this stuff to work. It's just a matter of being persistent. So now we've got 5 sweet potatoes, 5 turnips. You can see the watermelon's actually going, but I don't have high confidence planting watermelon on August 15th. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna plant 1 radish. I'm not a huge fan of radishes, but in real life, but whatever. It's a radish. It's a seed. It's a random thing we can plant. This is lemongrass. Let's get this right now. So we've got lemongrass. I love Doing a lot of lemongrass. Do I need 5 lemongrass though? Because one thing about lemongrass is you can harvest it and you don't have to replant. It keeps coming up. You don't have to replant it each time. So like you'll harvest and then it'll just start growing again and you'll harvest it again without more seeds. So, but you know what? It's also lemongrass, which is basically the best herb in the game, the best medicinal herb in the game. So this is typically I do anywhere from like 3 to 5 plots of lemongrass because you don't know, maybe 4 of these will die. Maybe we'll have one hard freeze or something, and 4 of them are dead. And next thing you know, I'm left with 1 lemongrass. So what do we have here now? Sunflower, marigold, sunflower, flax. This should be sunflower again. This one died, and normally I don't lose sunflowers. It is August 15th. That one died. You know what? I think these are gonna die if I plant sunflowers here. Let's just keep those as sunflowers and see. Let's try more of the herbs. Let's just do a row. No, no. What do we have here? Let's do a lavender here. I like playing around with this a little bit, planting different things, just seeing how they work. Over here, we're gonna do. Now, where was the marigold? Flax, sunflower, marigold. Here we have. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this would be the middle one, which is lavender. So let's do flax again. I think flax can actually go kind of late in the season too. This can actually be used to make thread. So not that I need thread right now, but I may want to make some of my own thread. I don't know. So that's flax. Oh, I should have put in some chamomile. What was I going to do? Marigold. Tell you what, let's do marigold here. And then let's just do. What did I have down here? Ah, shit, whatever. I did that wrong, but here, we'll do it this way then. We'll do marigold. Whatever. I did that a little bit wrong, but we're going to put marigold on the end, and we'll put. Was it chamomile I wanted to do here? These are really good, actually. The chamomile will take down your sadness, and I believe it's the sadness or anxiety or whatever. So we're going to do that there, and look at us. We got lemongrass. We still got 2 plots open. Um, I could do more chamomile, or I could do like rosemary and sage over here. I feel like it's probably late in the season to be planting rosemary and sage. Probably chamomile too, though. So just for variety's sake, let's do 1 rosemary. Because I'm kind of experimenting with these still myself. A lot of these I've never grown in game before. In real life, my girlfriend used to do the herbs and a lot of the leafy vegetables. It was actually a good system. I would do tomatoes and onions and stuff like, and maybe corn and Three Sisters, and then she would do like leafy vegetables and herbs and stuff like that. Stuff that was good for like cooking, and I would try to do some of the more like bigger hearty vegetables, stuff like that. That would, it was a really good combo actually. Those were some good times. Sometimes sometimes when you have, it's like back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid again. Back in the day, you remember that song? Sometimes I think like that, and I'm just like, man, those were the good old days, the salad days, as my friend used to say. Anyway, let's get some things watered. Are those still? Those are still seedling flax. Let's try to water in everything I just planted. This is best practice. Is to now it's much easier if you just do this when it's raining. but I did not do that. But dudes, this is awesome. I am loving this. Often I don't get this thing fully planted like this. On a multiplayer server, it's usually like shoot, October maybe before I get this thing fully planted like this. This is going pretty well. I've got two cattle. I've got the chickens. Okay, water's empty. It takes a lot of water on the first watering. Oh, where'd the water go? I have too much stuff in my bag and everything. I guess I'm done with seeds now, but let's get them watered first because I don't want them to sit here any longer than they have to without water. Yeah, often you'll only get like three or four things watered, even with a full watering can. That's why I keep typically I have like four or five of these out here. Often I think five is ideal. Four is not quite enough to do this full garden. Five will usually get you through the whole garden unless but that's why I planted in state. I'd highly recommend sort of planting something. This is a good size for a total garden for one person. I wouldn't recommend planting everything on the same day. You see what I'm saying? Like I like to do this in stages, and I'll start like one week. I'll plant a whole row. Like I might just start with this row the first week and see how they do. Water them in, get them established. Because one thing you'll run into down the road in this game, it's not like you're a large scale commercial farmer in real life and you can just plant everything all at once. You're a backyard gardener who has to think about the seasons and when things are going to be harvested and how much food you're going to be able to eat. That's key. If you were to plant let me tell you something. If you were to plant all of this with lettuce, just fill this entire thing with lettuce all on the same day, planted it, watered it, the whole thing is full of lettuce. Awesome. Terrible plan. That is one of the worst plans you could ever have. You messed up at the planning stage because what's going to happen is they're all going to become ripe and harvestable at the same time. Then what's going to happen is you're going to have 500 cabbages that all need to be eaten in 1 week. So you see what I'm saying? So you really have to and I know some of this, I'm not trying to sound like a kind of a whatever, a know-it-all, but know-it-all douchebag, but you really have when you're doing a garden, a full garden, you have to plan. At a base level, I would say you just have to plan and learn. And you should, oh, you know what I'm doing wrong here? So it'll lock it in at the amount you gave. I want it to be higher than that. So let's try to get through some of this stuff. See how it locked it in at 20 liters per, you got to be careful there. I was only giving him 20 liters per plant, but the thing is, I also want to make sure I get through this and get them all some water. And I think I'm going to run out of water here soon, actually. But yeah, I don't know. I guess that would be my advice. Obviously, everyone can do things how they want. But if you want this to work well, from my experience, you should plant them in stages. Maybe I would recommend something like this. Like, what is this? Two, four. I would recommend somewhere between like 8 to 16 plots at a time, or maybe 8 to 20 plots at a time. Anything more than like 20 plots, and you're going to be harvesting them all at the same time, is the biggest problem long term. If all of these go, now you can plant more, but because some of them are going to die. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I'm not trying to sound like I know everything, and my way is always right. But just some of the things I've learned here. Probably better to plant them in some kind of stages like this. If you plan on using the whole garden, I would start with like two or three of these, maybe, or just one or two, and then go from there. I usually do it in like three stages like that, where um, Yeah, there's still water in this one too. Where I'm doing basically, I'd say it's probably sort of planted in 3 or 4 stages for me typically. It varies a lot just depending on how my playthrough's going, what other things I'm doing. I've straight up abandoned gardens before where it's like, dude, I like too many other things are happening. I had one, man. You should have seen this one. So I went to this property and I could show you where the property is later, but it's this property that has a huge, this is kind of what I was talking about, has a huge garden area. Like this, it would feed like 30 people. It's like the size of my whole yard here, and it's full. When you show up there, oops, when you show up there in a fresh white, it's full of nothing but cabbage that are all ready to be harvested. You see what I'm saying? So I've literally seen like the worst case scenario in this, and I love that property. And it's great when you first get there because it's like, holy shit, I can just eat cabbage for freaking literally, I could eat cabbage for a year if they didn't go bad. That's the problem though, is they start rotting in the field. You literally can't even get to them fast enough to get them out of the field before they rot. Often there's already some rotten ones in the field when you show up, and then, oh shit, I don't want them to drink this tainted water. So, god dang it. Let's get this water out of my inventory. But anyway, that's the whole thing. That's the whole Zomboid thing, right? I didn't run out of water. All right, we're doing pretty good. Dudes, I think we got it. I think we did really well on the plants I chose. Oh, the turnips. That's right. Dang it, I didn't get, oh, hold on. Let's get this turnip a little bit too. And then was there maybe one more in here I missed? Maybe, I don't know. I think they're okay. It's possible I missed one or two, but I did just run out of water.
Hmm.
And I am also probably getting close to wrapping up this stream. Oh, I was doing just a short morning stream, and I do have some things I need to do today in real life. So let's put the seeds away. We're set up really well here now to come back to berry later. Let's put all of these seeds away. Empty, where was I putting the empty seed packets? Is there a cooler in? When did this cooler get in there? When did I do that? Oh, I know what I did. That's what I did. Because I built this shelf, and this was going to be like my fishing cooler, I think, or something. I don't know. Something like that. Anyway, empty seed packets go in here. All the seeds will be going in here. Well, okay, guys. I guess feel free to drop me some suggestions in the um, in the chat, whether you're watching the YouTube video or the stream live. Um, I do. What I'm thinking is, I'm either going to come back later today or tomorrow, and I might do a Jill run. I don't know. I feel drawn to both of them now. Oh, shoot. Steel rod I didn't want to get rid of. Oh, darn it. Gets to be a pain in the ass when you have a lot of shit. Um, but let me know if there's ever anything else you guys would like to see. Feel free. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm always gonna do what you guys want to see, but it is good to hear back from you guys a little bit. If you have any suggestions, some ideas, maybe some settings I could change. I like talking about that stuff. Everything seems to be running. This ran really well today. After I did have those two disconnects early on in the stream, that's right. But after that, it ran really smooth. Well, once I got away from the cattle farm, I guess. So Anyway, he is hungry and thirsty. Shoot, I forget. Oh no, I should have water here now. Guys, look at this. I should have tons of water here now. It rained. So actually let's put the police jackets in there. Oh, he's got water on him. What am I doing? Put the honey away. So I'll what did I have left in here? I may want to go back out. This didn't have any rounds in it, so it's kind of useless a little bit. Where'd my rope go? I had two ropes in here. I guess maybe I put it down somewhere. I'm not sure where I put it down right now, but whatever. It's fine. I'll look for ropes later. I'll get some more. Let me just drop some things in here so that blue truck is pretty much ready to go. Did I still have? Let's just put that magazine in there. Oh, I do have police shirt, police pants, police jacket. Still not sure where that other rope went, but it's fine. It's. I'm just gonna put this M9 magazine. I can't remember for sure how many of those. Oh, that's fine. I didn't have a ridiculous amount of them. Well, so I've got 7 M9 magazines now. That's probably enough. What I actually need are the M1As and the M1911s, especially the M1A. So anyway, I think we're about wrapped up. Let me just check these vehicles a little bit. Yeah, this pretty much just had. Did this have a rope in it? Maybe. Oh, there's the other rope. That should have come out of here. This was all just a bunch of random stuff that I had looted. Um, yeah, we'll deal with that later. That's all fine. I'm going to throw the other rope in here because I don't know. I do want to get more cattle, but for now, this is pretty good. So who knows? I might want to run back down there and look for that other cow that I swear I saw down there. Or I might want to just do some building here. I'm not sure. It kind of depends on how I feel. So here's what I'm going to do. This is what I used to do. You can see, yeah, I don't need any more animal trailers. The only reason, usually I only have 2 of these. The only reason I grabbed a third one is because I forgot the one. I got like over halfway there, and I was there with the blue pickup, and I stopped for something, and I looked behind me, and I was like, I forgot the trailer. So I said, you know what, it's fine. I don't know for sure the condition of that first one. In fact, let's go look because these were excellent condition. So that was another reason I was like, you know what, whatever, it's fine. I just instantly decided I'm grabbing a third trailer because these are really nice ones. I don't know. This one here might end up being, in fact, if any of them, it's most likely going to be this one that is more of a parts trailer. Because these other ones are like 94% or better. This one is really nice. Oh my God, this is the nicest one of them all by far. 97% all performance. This is and I forget, I think this one was just here. And it's basically perfect. You really don't get much better than this. So this is my main animal trailer right here. This one is actually going to be the one. So, okay. That's the main one. This would be second most used. So this is what we're going to do. We'll use the one in the worst condition is usually how I do. And we'll save these ones because these are in excellent, excellent condition. All of them are actually really nice, but these two in particular are very good. So we're going to do this. We're going to park both of these just like so. I think it kind of dips down a little bit when you let it off of here. Is that look? Is that basically lined up? I don't really. Well, whatever. It's fine. It's all fine. It seems like this one maybe didn't dip down like it's supposed to. Whatever. They'll probably kind of move around a little bit anyway. Well, whatever. It's fine. So that's kind of our basic setup. This is a fishing truck, which honestly, this should probably live like right here for now. It's kind of where I like that. And then I like to keep the emergency vehicles kind of like right here, ready to go in case someone calls in an emergency. And let's just move these over here because I might want to load some more things up, and it will look a little more cohesive, and also then I can drive through there, no problem. Let's do it like this. So let's park this kind of back towards the other ones. And this will be sort of my main ride, my main animal trailer. I could, in theory, I'd probably rather just leave it like right here in front of these other ones, sort of, so they can still get by it. Yeah. Basically, right there. Okay. Well, okay, guys, let me double check that I got this sorted out. Yeah, that's all good. Pickaxe, gas can, ropes, and a toolbox. Got the jack and the. Now, where did. Oh, I broke the tire iron. That's right, I broke a tire iron. That's okay, though, because I had like 4 of them in here. That's why I brought it with. So. Oh, 5. There's still 5 of them left in here, so. Let's grab this tire iron in poor condition. And should we just grab 2? Let's grab 2 of them. It's a good weapon, actually. It's good to have your spare tools, that, especially the ones that are also good also good melee weapons. It's good to just kind of keep some of those with you. Does that not fit? Oh, there it goes. Yeah. So 2 tire irons. Those are good weapons. I've got the flashlight in there if I ever needed it. Ratchet wrench is a decent weapon. But I want to say the tire iron. Yeah, I think the tire iron does a little more damage. Wrench can also be used for weapons. You can see now I've got basically 4 backup long blunt or short blunt weapons right here if I need them. And I also always carry a claw hammer and a wrench on me. I know I'm a mechanic, but I always carry the claw hammer because it's just so useful. And it is actually a decent early game short blunt weapon. I will tend to use the claw hammer over the wrench, although they're both about equal. I feel like the claw hammer is maybe just a little bit better than the wrench. I will tend to use the claw hammer every time over the wrench, but the wrench is like, well, it's really like, so if I run out of weapons, I'll use the claw hammer. If that breaks and I can't get something else, I'll use the wrench. I guess in an emergency, it would be if the wrench breaks, I'd use the screwdriver, but that would be like the last weapon I have on me. Because, see, well, actually, no, I don't even carry a screwdriver anymore. Early game, I would have a screwdriver on me. Later game, I have, or once I find a handy knife and a multi-tool, I just have those. And you can fight with the multi-tool can be a weapon. The handy knife can also be a weapon, but I don't use them like that because does damage to him. So anyway, let's man, how close are we to his fitness? He is still not leveled up fitness, guys. Let's do one last thing. Let's at least get him to 50,000. I haven't exercised in a while, so let's real quick just get him a little exercise. Man, I have been pushing to get his fitness leveled up for 5 weeks now, and it's just not getting there, even though he's running all over the damn county at this point. So we're gonna hit some of these again. I had done a lot of these when I off stream when I wasn't live. I'm gonna do some of them on stream too, just because this is part of the game. But I try not to do too much of this kind of stuff on stream. Often, if I have a bunch of stuff to do that's kind of like meh, I'll just do that off stream. If it's all organizing or all just building something really boring or whatever, I don't know. I think to me, the building is interesting. The farming is interesting. I guess it kind of depends. I mean, that's kind of what my streams are. They're designed more towards the farming and agriculture and mechanics and some of the crafting. I'm not necessarily doing the let's run to Louisville and do a chaos run or let's do the chaos mod. I would do those things down the road. I'm confident enough in my experience in the game that I don't have a problem trying those down the road, but still for me at the moment, like I've been saying, I wanted to switch it up and do some other types of stuff. So we're gonna do squats and sit-ups. Probably just have him rest, and then or maybe I'll have him sleep. How is he on strength? I I don't typically do 3 in a night, like the 3 different exercises. I could do squats again. Tell you what, we're gonna do one more round of squats. Because I don't really need to push his strength. His strength is pretty good for me right now. It's the fitness still that I mean that's still what he started on. He started on level 6 fitness, and we're 5 weeks into the playthrough now, 5 full weeks. So you would think he should be leveling up his damn fitness by now. You know, I think I need to bump that up further. I don't like that where it's at. The strength shouldn't be easier to level up than fitness. Even if you're fighting zombies all day, that'll wind you too. That's not all about muscle strength. You know what I mean? He's walking, he's running, he's sprinting. Let's do one more. Let's do squats one more, just to push him a little. Oh, he's down to 75 again, though. Dang it. You can see 1 month, 7 days, 1,400 kills. Haven't had a crowbar in a while. Or no, I have. I've had some. I actually still have I think 2 good crowbars out in the. Yeah, he's still moving. I still have 2 good crowbars out in the garage. Oof, 4 hour stream. What time is it? It's after 9 o'clock here, my time already. So yeah, I'm gonna just finish this up, put him to bed. I'll be back on later today. I'm either going to do Jill or just come right back to Barry. One of the two. We'll see. I don't know how I'll feel at the time, but I feel a little pulled in both directions. Okay, I think he's done now. Is he done? Is there a way? Did that kind of click on him? I think he's done. He's not even winded. Look at that. So where this on back, front, where? Wait, is it that one? Yeah, it's this one. Where? Let's give him some water for the night. All right, he should be good till morning now. You want him to eat one egg so he's not instantly hungry here. And yeah. Oh, dang it. You know what? This is sort of anal retentive right here, but whatever. We'll fix this real quick. I really prefer to have these in the right order so I don't put things in the wrong dang bag. That's really the problem here is sometimes I'll put things in the wrong dang bag. So you want to equip this one first. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That's how I like that. I just get used to like, oh, there it is. We'll drop it in there. And then next thing I know, I can't find things and they're in the wrong damn bag. And it is all my fault. And speaking of being all my fault, this stream was all my fault. I love Zomboid Nation. I am a big fan of the game. I will play some more. I still like playing this game even after 2,000 plus hours. Probably 3,000 if you really were to do the math. Um, I will be back probably today, but don't quote me on that. It could be tomorrow. I do want to get back to Jill, but give me a shout out in the comments. Even if you're watching the video, I'll be off for a few hours here, quite a few. So give me a shout out. Would you rather see Jill or Barry or something else entirely? We'll see what I decide I want to do later, but for the moment, peace in, peace out, and much love to Zomboid Universe.